many candidates, many participants who are online, and therefore it must be. And sometimes when we are actually discussing offline, then we tend to forget that there are people who've joined online, and therefore the format has to be very proper in the sense that not everybody can start speaking because one by one, because otherwise the online participants have face a great deal of trouble. They don't understand what is going on there. So please make sure, Professor Behra and others, that you monitor the situation and then you make sure that those online get the good output from this particular workshop. So I take this opportunity, first of all, to thank Professor Haricharan Behra for organizing this workshop on such a short notice. And the title is a very, very appropriate title for Indian Statistical Institute. Mixed Methods and Data Analytics in Social Sciences. You know, ISI, as our Dean of Studies has already mentioned, ISI was founded way back in 1931, but the very founding principle was interdisciplinarity. You can imagine so many, almost 100 years back, the vision of the founder, Professor Prashanta Chandra Mahalanobis, who thought about interdisciplinarity way back, while we are now, focusing, entire world is focusing on interdisciplinary studies. But ISI was established not only to develop theoretical and methodological aspects of statistics, but also to see its applications to different branches of social and natural sciences. And not only that, it is not that only statistics will come and help the social sciences, the natural sciences, but the problems from the natural sciences and the social sciences will drive new theoretical developments, new methodological developments in statistics. So it was always considered to be a two-way traffic, not one helping the other, but it's both helping each other. That was the principle of ISI, and we hope we have been able to sustain that vision. And with workshops like this, I must say, we are doing what is expected of ISI to do. So I wish all of you very academically fulfilling and enjoyable 3 days of deliberations. You will learn something which is new over here, and you will also give problems from your own respective domains for our faculty members, for the experts here. Not all of them are faculty members here, like Professor Deepak Behra, who's an external expert to this workshop. I must welcome him also to ISI, as I was just told that he has been to ISI earlier. And I welcome you back to this institute. Please be with us all these 3 days and tell us where we need to improve. So as I was saying, that ISI was established, as Dean said, in 1931 in Presidency College. Today, ISI is not just in Kolkata. This is the headquarters of the institute. We have centers in Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, and Tezpur. And we have a branch in Giridih. In fact, the organizer, Professor Haricharan Behra, he belongs to the Giridih branch of ISI. And we have campuses of the Statistical Quality Control Units of the Statistical Quality Control and Operations Research Division in Hyderabad, where we have our own campus, and Pune and Mumbai. So it's a pan-India institute doing, I hope, still doing very great work. We are proud of our legacy, and we would like to see that in the years to come, what we do today becomes a part of that rich legacy. I'm very happy to see that so many ladies, so many girls are participating in this particular workshop. It just shows that there is no dearth of talent, there is no dearth of interest if the topics are very timely and relevant. And once again, therefore, I thank Professor Behra, who has thought about this very interesting workshop, and I hope all of us will be enriched after these 3 days of deliberations. With those few words, I welcome all of you to the Indian Statistical Institute once again. This is we must say, this is a very, very fantastic institute, internationally reputed. Please take the best benefit that you can while you are here. Thank you very much.
Q1. As our honorable director said, ISI is such a very internationally well-known research institute, academic institute. So you must take this advantage here in the during 3 days. And you might have gone through the kind of programs also. We have arranged lectures programs. These lecture programs will be delivered by some of the prominent academicians of our ISI, even including I should not name one by one, but all of them are very well established, reputed nationally and internationally. And they are also very well equipped with the kind of large scale sampling surveys. And also, we have professors from outside, also, like Professor Deepak Sir, and also Professors, another, this room is there, Subra Shankar Bagchi. All of them are very well known, researchers in the qualitative fields. As I said, probably all of you, that in mixed methods you must have very well understandings about both qualitative and quantitative research methods. So we accordingly planned our resource process. So you take this opportunity. So without taking much time again, we must listen to our one of the key resource persons, Professor Deepak Kumar Beria, who will deliver the keynote address. Got a response from one of the participants that she narrated it's also partially correct. If I would say that she said it's all about text or visuals because of things. But we cannot have numbers to research also. Even in qualitative research also, we come to our along all things that come to our vision, including number, images, photographs, images, numbers. So if you say you don't not at all dealing with numbers, then
सर का बोलिंग को हो रहा है
correct and capacity. So expectors, when we talk about mixed methods, mostly we deal with two kind of research methods: qualitative research method and also quantitative research methods. Now being anthropologists, sociologists are people from subjective backgrounds, or political science or history and all those people primarily dealing with kind of qualitative research. And one of the important aspects in qualitative research, if you will also see that it starts with the question what. And also it starts with how. Most importantly, what, of course, statistics also deal with what. The same with the statistics, we say that statistics or quantitative research starts with what? Yeah, describing about the kind of phenomena. But in qualitative research, we go deeper into the kind of issues and ask why. If something so occurs, then why? What is the reason for it? When? And all these WH questions will arise. So qualitative research, as it sounds like, it deals with number of WH questions also, and starts, of course, if I talk about that qualitative research deals with the different kinds of WH. This does not mean that statistics also does not mean that. Okay, just can you open that slide, because so even quantitative research also starts with, although it starts with what, it also does not also.
Hey, सबसे start हुई.
If that is the case, then there is some analysis also. Because there is analysis, time series, people also where, what time, all these questions arise. So there is a kind of, some I can say that confusion that the statistics or the qualitative researcher, they don't deal with, obviously, when, where, and how. These things are also very much there in statistics. So there is a kind of, not very, that exclusive and conclusive differences between the kind of qualitative research and quantitative research. Both they process, but the approach is different. Most importantly, the approach between qualitative and quantitative researches are very much different. Finally, that Many participants said that, in statistics or qualitative, statistics, quantitative research, we often deal with numbers. In quantitative research, we usually deal with the numbers. That is true. So when we talk about these numbers and how these numbers, transform to a kind of different types of variables, that is very important. So when I talk about the kind of quantitative methods, it's not, as I said, that's not only what, which, when, it is also extend to causal inferences. It deals with why. And when I talk about qualitative research, it contextualizes. That's very important. This is a very vital part that it contextualizes the why and how. It explains the meanings, processes, experiences, and mechanisms behind the statistical patterns. One important things in sampling process. If you learn it, of course, in our next few sessions, we will be dealing with the kind of basic probability hypothesis testing and all. There will be a discussion on sampling process also. Most important aspects of statistics, statistics, is that developing a pattern. You have numbers. You are dealing with numbers, but eventually those numbers should lead to a pattern. If you don't lead to a pattern, and it varies again and again, you are not landing in a particular positions, then there is no point of doing a kind of research and all. Because it varies, numbers or the kind of attributes vary. They vary, keep varying frequently. So therefore we consider it as a variable. Or the variable means what? The numbers or the attributes. It's not necessarily the number. It could be attributes also. If these numbers or attributes lead to a kind of pattern, then we can draw some generalizations. Now, point is that in variables, when we talk about variables, these numbers or attributes, because tend to vary, remember this. Since they tend to vary, we consider these as the variables. So, basically, the statistics or the quantitative research that we are dealing with, they must actually consider the variables for the analysis. They must consider the variables for the analysis. Now in statistics, all of you know that we deal with the descriptive statistics and also inferential statistics in 3 day course times. So we'll see that how we can lead to a kind of pattern and how this pattern can be generalized. That is very important aspects. Now when I come to again qualitative research, I deal with different kinds of phenomena. I deal with the kind of subjects, and those subjects' experiences vary. If suppose I ask you that how did you experience about this WhatsApp after this moment? Will it be different or the same among all? Definitely it will be very. And it is again kind of subjects that your experiences, your feelings, your personal attributes, like your perceptions, your belief systems, all that actually together to the situations or the phenomena. Therefore, the understanding of phenomenology starts. When I talk about phenomenology, then obviously that how it impacts your experiences, your kind of knowledge, your kind of perception, your attitudes, your feelings, your thought process, and your of course that knowledge, embodied knowledge, that is called that epistemological knowledge, how that all together lead to a kind of responses. So therefore, I cannot justify that whatever I said is wrong. If I say something wrong, that is my perception, my belief, my experience, how I grew up, how I vision. If you ask me certain questions, I will say based on my experiences, not necessarily that will be aligned with other, kind of what responses. So therefore, it's very important that even if we talk about the kind of case study or the kind of focus on a particular community, we are very much concerned about their thought processes. In anthropology, we talk about two approaches, which is in fact discovered by Kenneth Hyde, talked about ethic approach and ethic approach.
Ethic approach means outsiders view. As a researcher, I go and interact with the people. Definitely, I have some subjective biases. So when I go and interact with these people or in people, as your subjects, definitely some of my carried forward perceptions that may also influence in kind of posing questions and getting response from your side. So it is that let me clear you that there is a notion of positivism and post-positivism starts from here. Understand this. Positivism, science deals with positivism. When science deals with positivism, it deals with kind of non-objectivity. Understood? It deals with the kind of objectivity. That means it should be clear from subjective biases. But in true sense, eventually people realized though science rooted through positivism, eventually people realized that even the perceptions, the answers and responses don't exclude the subjective biases of the phenomena or the interviewers or the outsiders of the researchers also. So we should take both subjective and objective into considerations and also deal with the kind of this is called post-positivist approach, where we have to understand that we are not absolutely conclusive of any kind of on biases. That will very much be there because we are dealing with the social phenomena. Since we are dealing with the kind of social phenomena, therefore we are not at all, I mean, we cannot say that we are absolutely pure, we are absolutely, away from any kind of biases. Definitely there will be some kind of from on that side or on this side. So definitely you have to now having both subjective biases and objectivity because there is an objectivity, there is a truth which is lying, and we have to explore that truth. And when we deal with that, we need to explore, we need to extract that truth because ultimately aim is to extract the truth. And when I'm going to extract the truth, definitely I have to see that what things are actually influencing me as a researcher. As a researcher, what exactly is influencing me? Probably this is my own personal biases. Probably this is maybe my ideologies. Probably that is maybe because of my socio-economic background, religious background, political background, or XYZ backgrounds. So we cannot really say that these are not actually not influencing. These are very much influencing to the kind of issues, social issues. So therefore, we have to be extra cautious when we are dealing with the kind of social research. So post-positivism. When I talk about the kind of quantitative research, that means we are now moving from pure objective that is called that rooted to positivism is now leading to post-positivism, where we accept that there will be circumstances where things will influence, but we have to get that reality because that is existing. Right? So these are some of the philosophical kind of insights of basic research. You must understand this. So therefore, this post-positivism is very much intact in a scientific research or statistical or quantitative research also. But when I talk about qualitative research, then the understanding of phenomenology is very important. Why? Because I said that my experiences things we want. That we also be guided by the understanding that how you gain knowledge, that epistemological thought process how developed led to kind of objectivity or the kind of experiences we are talking about, the phenomena that we are talking about, the narrative, the analysis that we are talking about in qualitative research. So we must focus on these two things. I think it's clear that what quantitative and qualitative research, how they are different from each other, right? Is it clear? Okay. So you see this frame that I've designed. I have to be also very careful about the time also because it's already 4:45. So that you see this qualitative when talk about quantitative research method. That three things are very important that I am going to impact and you are going to experience in the next 3 days. One is that what is variable and how, what is the nature of variables. There are different types of variables. Of course, the faculty from statistics will talk about. Then hypothesis testing under quantitative research, and third thing is the generalizability. So remember when I talked about quantitative research methods, three things are very vital. That is, one is variables, that is may deal with numbers and also attributes, not necessarily numbers only. Second thing is that hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing or the research questions. We say sometimes, that research question or the hypothesis testing in quantitative research. Then generalizability. That means how your pattern that you are developing leading to a pattern, and this pattern is going to generalize the kind of findings. So these three things are very important. And when I go to this kind of qualitative research, we talk about the kind of, as you already that already explained, words, text, languages, videos, symbols, all these are part of your narrative analysis also. It's about categorical analysis also. If you're talking about variables, not necessarily it is also there. So we are talking about categories. Suppose I say that, can you just explain the types of land holdings? I want to feel as a researcher who is dealing with land issues. I ask the people that what are the types of lands you have in the treasury you have. Believe me, they explained 7 types of land holdings. And types of land: town land, water land, ajang land. The way they explain and they categorize there based on their epistemological sort of, what is the findings or the constructive approaches. They designed and explained, they are carried forward these classifications also. So this is from a quantitative researcher, this may be new, because he has gone with the preconceived idea that I am asked land holdings, types of land holdings, irrigated, non-irrigated, or maybe the kind of, sometimes I ask individual land holdings or land holding. With the preconceived categories, the moment you landed there, people didn't understand this, or they don't like to express in these meanings. They have their own classifications. They have their own ontological classifications. So this philosophical thought process comes from your qualitative research. And that also, as I already explained, that depends on the context and also experiences. So we cannot just, we cannot just, ignore the kind of people's experience in this kind of qualitative research. And contextual understanding, as I said, what was there? I said that how people used to worship trees. That should be understood through a context. Suppose I give an example in Jharkhand, people worship, sal trees, mahua trees, and kind of different types of other trees, parma trees. So parma festival, you might have a parma trees, you might have parma sal trees. That may not be worshipped in this plain areas of Bengal or Odisha and other parts, but these people worship. Now you ask that why do you worship this? Why do you consider these plants or trees are sacred? They started explaining how these plants, sal plants, in fact provide their entire livelihood support systems. How these sals, including the leaves, the stem, the root, the stalks, and all sort of things that provide the kind of support, livelihood support system to the entire community, and they can they can bring in some leaves to the market, put what is that called, twigs into the market so that they can sell it and get some remunerated price which they can use in other purposes. So a sal tree is providing all sorts of supports. It provides all kinds of supports to their requirements, subsistence requirements. Since it provides all kinds of subsistence requirements, they have to preserve this. Because it has, and one important thing is that it's also important for their dwellings, their settlements, for their kind of other uses. So therefore, in order to protect these species, they have to also see that these sal trees are also sacred. This is a functional side. This is a kind of functional side of sacred nature of the trees, but there are structural sides, so cultural beliefs and other processes also. But try to understand that these spots or the reasons to protect these trees through certain types of taboos and certain types of ritual significance cannot be also deliberated, cannot also be avoided in that two concepts. And if you ask the same thing, that how rubber trees is important, they will also narrate that how important they are in livelihood support system. See, because rubber trees, because kind of, as I said that sal trees, they provide their basic livelihood requirements. Not only livelihood requirement, their ritual significance, social significance, cultural significance. They have to protect it through some kind of sanctions, cultural sanctions, ritual sanctions. So they have to consider now that these trees are sacred, so that people will not usually spoil those trees. So this thing, when we are talking about sacred practices, they are directly linked to the kind of conservation, preservation, and protection of the environment also. The protection of the environment also. So don't say that they are not scientific. They are casually, they just invented, they discovered this. Being an anthropologist or socialist, probably as a social scientist, you must understand that people why consider some things sacred, why some species sacred, and how they have in fact, how these species have in fact protected the nature, conserving the nature and all the what is that called the ecosystem as a whole. I'll just again add to this second supplement. This I observe this is a side of narrative analysis. The moment I enter into the kind of scientific analysis, wow, this tree is especially the sal, mahua, karma, and other trees, especially in Jharkhand regions. They have protected vast patch of agricultural forest land, protected vast patch of forest land. I'm telling you, good Parasnath areas, good many kind of North Sotanpur and South Sotanpur areas. You see that there, these protection of these species have preserved not only about few species, a large number of other species are also protected because of these microbes. Those are useful. I'm saying some microbes are non-useful also or harmful, but some microbes that are very useful. Your bacteria, so your some useful bacteria, they are also protected by this. Your water retention capacity of the soil is preserved because of this so-called big trees. So it is directly linked to the kind of nature conservation also, soil conservation also, protection of forest also, and also water retention capacity. The entire ecosystem is in that way balanced. Why people consider, some again I said that why we consider cow as sacred? There are some studies also by anthropologists. Marvin Harris, he talked about that how it is important, also the significance of protecting and considering cow as sacred. So these are some of the approaches, qualitative approaches, I would say, that these approaches need to be also respected and also given weightage and values for the kind of proper analysis or to the kind of statistical analysis. I think probably it's key. I should move to the next one. Now, when I talked about mixed methods, now let us come to this. Our focus is on mixed method now. How this mixed method, what is mixed method in fact? When I talk about mixed methods, now this pattern, how the number of species, let's talk about again the same example. Sal, Parma, Mahuas, and these trees. How distributed, how they are typically distributed, in which regions they are distributed, in how many numbers, and how many numbers influences to what extent to the ecosystems. These are also important scientific analysis. Right? Some areas, that is called sacred groups. Some sacred groups areas, you have, let's say, 10 to 15 sal groups. That's all trees, grown up sal trees. In some other areas, you can see that there are hundreds of sal trees. So will that be the same preservation nature? No, nature knows preservation and conservation will change. So this you require the kind of qualitative, quantitative support. In fact, that what is the area of distribution of each sacred groups? How does it vary from this to that? Let's say there is a range, maybe from 10 to 15 hectares to let's say 200 hectares. So you are seeing that it varies within a range, let's say 10 acre to 250 hectares. So this is the kind of variance, this kind of the range that you observe. And see that each range provides some kind of some the dimension of the importance to the ecosystem itself. So these quantitative supports now integrated with the kind of qualitative experiences. So we cannot just ignore quantitative aspect in one side. The other side, like importance of narrative experience and phenomenology, also should not be excluded. So both should be brought together. So when I talk about quantitative research, mixed methods now, mixed methods research, it starts with the kind of research question itself. Don't I said that in the beginning that your mixed method research depends on three important aspects. Why do we really need mixed method? Why do we really need mixed method? That means it starts with the kind of research questions. What my research questions? If my research question is that it is uniformly distributed, or anything that I said, circuit groups or anything, uniformly distributed across the and that hypothesis through quantitative research. What my point? Because I said that uniformly distributed. Now I have to denounce it, reject this statement, and now they establish with my quantitative findings. But the moment I say that how the distribution of sacred groups, the nature of distribution of sacred groups impact and experience the people's feelings and livelihood systems, then can you just do it with, can you do justice with just a kind of support of quantitative research? No. I got this quantitative patterns, I got the statistical pattern. Now I need to find out that how people experience, how do you have people's feelings with the kind of sacred groups. It's not only about the preservation, it's about the kind of social networking, the cultural connectiveness, cultural embeddedness, the weekly links, the sharing of experiences and coming across together. Those all things are also equally important that people preserve this. I went with the preconceived notion that this only protects conservation, protect forest, it conserve nature and ecosystems. But now the moment I start interacting with the people, then I experienced that there are many other such reasons that's coming again, that's coming out of their kind of ontological establishment. Like people say that it also gives us social embedded values. It also gives some cultural way feelings. It also believes it connects to the community. It's also avoids it also removes our kind of mental and also psychological distress. So these things came only after I thoroughly interacted with the community, gave a lot of time to the subjects to experience and narrate their audience. So this is supported by a kind of qualitative research. So quantitative research, when supported by quantitative research, qualitative research, that is going to give you a kind of mixed methods. And I will say that what are the different designs of mixed methods. Different designs of mixed methods I point out. Okay, we just come back again. Okay. I think all of you know that, but just to let me give a quick overview of that, what is the philosophical stance of this qualitative research before I proceed to the point of mixed methods. I said it deals with the kind of constructivism or interpretivism. When I talk about the kind of quantitative research, it deals with positivism and post-positivism. I already explained this. Phenomenological qualitative research, when I talk about qualitative research, it deals with constructivism and also it deals with the interpretivism. So this I already explained what is ontological classifications, what is epistemological stance, those things I've already explained. And how they provide the kind of inductive reasoning. This is very important that I missed in this previous this one. Science deals with deductive reasoning. Science or the scientific quantitative research deals with deductive reasoning. And we from generalized to again coming back to specifics. Now in inductive research, we are keeping it open. Let people explain their experiences, audience share their audience, narrate their experiences. So that is providing a kind of inductive reasoning also. These are the basic differences between the qualitative and quantitative researches also. Okay, because let another important concept is the deep description. Since we are coming with kind of experiences, coming with the kind of big data, coming with the kind of imagery, coming with the kind of photos, Professor Veras have already explained that. How we are dealing with a large number of data, qualitative data, including photos, images, videos. So we are not simply kind of dealing with a specific question, specific answers. Now we are dealing with kind of data that is coming through open-ended questions. And most importantly, you deductive reason. So this is the most important aspect of qualitative research. Is it going well or not going well? I mean, it's just interfere. Okay, so that I can explain a little bit more. So don't feel this one exhausted. In regards to the interactive and also future sharing of experiences. Next, because
Can you explain ontological assumptions?
yeah, I said that with examples. To ask people to give kind of classifications, certain things, establish that these are the classifications and giving a kind of logical reasoning. These classifications from the subjects that comes with. It's not necessarily that only qualitative devices, this scientific basis of that, scientific basis of that, of classifications of certain things with reasoning that gives you ontological classification. So because next.
Exactly. Can you explain the deductive reasoning with examples?
Yeah. Suppose which one begins to be regarded first, quantitative or qualitative? Quantitative. Okay. Now you said that I gave lot of put number of variables into considerations. Why did I take number of variables from consideration? To land to a particular settlement of the what answer to the research question. I took number of variables, analyzed them with the different kind of statistical tools and techniques, then came to a specific answer with objectivity. What my point? So that is how it reduced impact. So when I give it an open-ended questions, what is your experience about the kind of things you start again? You are an open-ended question, so you are narrating, experiencing the things that eventually begins a lot of things, big data that comes out of it. So it lead to a kind of again open-ended narrative experience sharing that comes in the kind of interactive reasoning also, analysis also. Next, here na? Yeah, so in post-positivist, just a few philosophical actually that just for your understanding again. In statistics, we deal with the kind of describe, first of all, you have to descriptive understanding of the phenomenon. Then explain what is that. Suppose you have just a case of and if you have anything to discuss, please go out and discuss there and come back again. So when I say something, suppose you have a set of numbers or kind of attributes. Now it is important that you are describing the nature of distribution of the variables. Okay, I said that the distributions of male and female in a classroom or school, or I said something like that how in different classes ratio of male and female. So I am kind of a descriptive account of things that frequency distributions. What my point? So this is kind of describing the phenomena. Okay, then you are coming and explaining this how they are distributed, where they are distributed in class wise and section wise, piece wise. That you are explaining it. Then predicting it. I think for these last 10 years, in class 5 or 6 or 10, whatever, how there is a trend in attendance. Or suppose you are interested to inquire a very pertinent research question. see that why there is a dropout ratio higher among the tribal communities, children are, in tribal communities. It is a very pertinent issue. No? Now you are trying to answer it. That what is the first what you have to do is that took the all 10 classes of the different schools in different regions. Okay. Now you try to see that what is the distribution pattern, attendance, admission pattern, and what is the admission pattern, then enrollment, that is called enrollment. Then you have to see that how many people retain. That means children retain in the school. Retention capacity, retention of the school, those who attended. Then after see that there is a high dropout ratios, especially in the tribal or particularly vulnerable tribal communities. Why this is so? You explain the pattern, describe it. You got a phenomena through your statistical distributions that you say that you mean on average number of class-wise distribution of people's children's attendance. Then you are seeing that how this is there is a kind of explaining this, how this is section-wise, classroom-wise, and school-wise, region-wise, one by one. So you are explaining it, then you are again taking the different years of data, different regions of data, then trying to predict it. Then you are now kind of intervening with the different kind of statistical tools and techniques. But in constructivist or interpretativist approach, that you interpret, of course, these people also interpret. It's not that statistics don't interpret. It's wrong to say if I say that statistics don't interpret. Statistics also interpret, but qualitative it has to interpret through ethic, emic and ethic approach as I explained. And you try to understand their phenomena by thorough discussion, interaction, and also giving space and time to each. Try to understand the phenomena from their perspective, from our perspective. I try to avoid some biases and try to avoid their biases and perceptions also, belief systems also. Try to establish that is what is the truth. That establishing the truth is a epistemological construction. But my point, establishing the truth is a epistemological construction. So this is the qualitative research deals with. Now we
Sir, the voice clarity is not good, and we online students are not understanding anything.
Oh, it does not come to their vision. Sound is a problem here. Because yeah, please intervene when there is a disturbance so that we try to rectify it. Also, I will get a break in that way. Sorry, I mean, for the kind of technical glitches that we are experiencing in with hybrid workshop. This so happens. So because so many things are there, but time is short. Shubhaji, till what time I can go on? So many things are still occupied, not more than also.
মানুষের দুর্গত কি দেখতেছেন আমরা চেষ্টা করবো
শুনছি তো Oh, sometimes it echoes because I kept it on also.
You can still continue.
But
You can engage.
just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, in that way, you can also have some kind of interaction.
Ask questions.
So, is that clear? What is qualitative? What is quantitative? Now, what is mixed methods? We are talking about the kind of pragmatism. Try to understand. I said in qualitative research, what is that? I said constructivism, philosophical stand. Another is interpretativism. Now, in quantitative research, I said positivism and post-positivism. Now I see that because we need to embed now these two things, I should brought in together and design a kind of mixed methods which is more pragmatic in nature, because that requires the circumstance to bring in both qualitative and quantitative methods into the kind of analysis. So I cannot simply say that this is best, that is best. So I should not have these preconceived biases in the beginning that this is wrong. I'm very loud in that sense, so I should not have used that. So this leads to a kind of pragmatism, that you are now dealing. This is the requirement. This is the need of the time. What sir already explained in the keynote address. This is the need of the time to understand. Suppose I want to see that despite all our subsequent and concerted efforts, why education and health services in rural areas still, lagging behind. Which is one thing, it's very written questions. You ask statisticians. Okay, how this mixed method is pragmatic in nature, because this is the need of the time now. We should incorporate both qualitative research and with examples I said that how in rural areas, despite interventions, there is repetitive failures. And if you say there is repetitive failures, what are the reasons behind this? I took a kind of very beautiful sampling design, with all kinds of stratified random sampling procedure, cluster sampling. Then analyze different areas, different regions with a high tribal and rural concentration. Okay, took a heterogeneous distribution, then also took about tribes, non-tribe, PBDs, and so on and so forth. Then trying to establish and that actually quantitative research that we are form a pattern to generalizations. What leading to a pattern, then from pattern to generalizations. So this is useful. The beauty of the there is a kind of something people don't want to get into the kind of formal modern educations. People don't want to say there are several such examples. People don't want to get rid of it. Want to get away from that. What is that called? So-called traditional healing practices, ojas, or the kind of other traditional healers. But still they are attached to those systems. Why? Being a quantitative or a questionnaire designer or a statistician, you have not considered, you have never thought that people have also some emotional connections,
Yes.
social attachments, cultural connections with the kind of ojas or the traditional healers, and the kind of ritual significance. The other sides also, there are multiple dimensions, multiple issues, multiple aspects are also attached with that. So when I talk about the kind of pragmatism, it's not only that what I came up with the kind of close-ended questions. See, remember that in quantitative research, we are especially concerned with the kind of close-ended questions. The design of questionnaires will be close-ended. But the moment I came, try to understand that why these issues still continuing in different parts, why people are still attached to the kind of Ujha and traditional healing practices. There is a kind of what? Kind of emotional feeling, social connectedness, embeddedness. So this is a pragmatic understanding of the issues with the support of both qualitative and quantitative research methods. Is that audible to all the online participants also?
Yes, sir.
Now I can use. Which one I should remove then?
So the audio problem need to be fixed first.
ये audio
सर ये ऑडियो ठीक है सर, ये यहाँ का ऑडियो इनपुट नहीं जा रहा है सर, इनपुट नहीं जा रहा है इसमें। सर ये तो ठीक नहीं है, बट समझ नहीं आ रहा है। उसको लिखा है मैंने पूछा।
Hello, yeah. I'm Dr. Singh. I'll be taking NVO and other Python related programming skills tomorrow. Maybe it's not my cup of tea, this whole caricature about theoretical frameworks. And I'm just a student. And I guess till the end of my life, I'll be learning. He's way ahead. But I want to throw one question to him. See, we are sitting at this magnanimous institute, PC Mahalanobis, and if you compare PC Mahalanobis' idea about statistics and data, what they're doing with data, and how do they imagine the data? Whether somebody imagined 70 years back for the development of nation, and somebody imagined it for the creation of multinational corporation, or maybe neo-colonialism. Okay. So what is your take on that? Maybe if that gives an interesting flavor to our whole discussion, where we want to take it ahead, why we are going to pursue mixed methods. Many of you will be going to work with KPMG, Ernst and Young, Grade 4, after passing out from here. Of course, it gives you a food for thought. Someone out of you will be going for administrative service. So still these mixed methods will be utilized by you in n number of ways. So my position here is maybe we can still get some more strength out of it. Yeah. No, we can keep engaged with it. So this becomes interactive. Yeah. So my whole take is that if you are pursuing mixed methods, there is no certainty. This is unbounded universe. So today what we are telling that, okay, this mixed method, this is the approach, we are going to do this thing in this manner. Maybe after 1 or 2 years, things will change. Technology will change. But the basic essence of data will not change. Right? But the way it will be utilized, the way it will be fathomed, it will change. So, like human body, the human body evolved with so many years, 5,000, 7,000 years, and it is not changing. But the things which we could do with that, like somebody will say that Pushpak Viman was created and all that, that is okay. But what essentially we can do right now was not possible 7,000 years back. So, in total, the body structure, DNA, cell, everything is same. So, my whole metaphor is you're going to study this mixed method. The methods might give you a way out, but they are not a final thing. Yeah. 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 Maybe you can put more. Yeah.
So just a reconfirmation, positivism and post-positivism is related to the context method.
Post-positivism is primarily concerned with quantitative research methods.
And epistemological aspect is for qualitative. Both.
Australia, that's a very, very brilliant question because sometimes we get confused that epistemological stance is only concerned with qualitative. No, it concerned with both qualitative and quantitative because ultimately you are trying to establish the truth knowledge. So what is the point of doing research then if you are not trying to establish the truth? So very brilliant questions for the researchers also that we are considering this. And what Dr. Singh said, in fact, the very nature of data is, unchanged a little bit. I don't actually fully agree to him to some extent because society is dynamic in nature. So we are dealing with society first of all. Try to understand that people are now in a class, mixed methods and data analytics in social sciences. The time and context. That is why I said in the beginning that it's contextualized. So you should not say that it's remain constants for years together or for generations. Even the biological, this one also changes, then there is human evolution also. No? In anthropology also we deal with human evolution. There the nature of phenotypic characters, genotypic characters have gradually changed over a period of time. Or the kind of nature of culture has changed from Pleistocene to now the Holocene to this one also. We are Anthropocene now. what is the nature? Biology has changed, culture has changed, environment has changed, which is remain constant. So understanding the truth that things remain changing, things remain not constant and changing. Nature of that is we are talking about variables because they are, changing in nature. Therefore, we are understanding, taking this post-positivist approach into considerations, we realize that there are subjective biases, there are cultural biases, there will be things changing, and we need to accommodate to the circumstance. Otherwise, we should say that it is objective. That is the objective stand. Objectivism stand of science has actually denounced, rather it has been modified. Exact.
नहीं नहीं सब कुछ नहीं उससे बेटर आ रहा है सर ऑनलाइन में उससे बेटर आ रहा है
Dr. Singh, was it clear or still you are not?
This is open to discussion.
No, no, it's a what actually. May also about
I actually want to create a background also for myself. Tomorrow we'll be doing same thing. That's why it's not a.
It's a kind of discourse, people engage, might be wrong also sometimes.
Maybe you don't have to agree with it.
On certain aspects, what he agreed, disagreed.
Yeah.
So, my teacher is also sitting here. Professor Vera is my teacher, direct teacher. So speaking in front of me, I am testifying my knowledge also. So, this is that I am establishing the what is that two epistemological constructions.
uh, because mixed method is part of the reframing, research methodology. It's not the final product. It's a process that we should understand. So the context of occurrence, what Professor Behra was referring to, that is very, very important. Thank you very much.
And one aspect also, let me tell you very clearly out of my heart. You can counter a number of times. Don't worry for that. I may be wrong also sometimes. And when I speaking extempore this one, sometimes it may comes out with some kind of biases also. Try to interfere and rectify me also. I should also long. Okay. So is that clear so far? Whatever I said. Okay. Now I said that in pragmatism, what exactly I'm trying to make you understand is that things will change. It depends on the context, and my biases will also be there as a researcher. And your biases also will be there as a kind of, here your subjects, not in the field, of course. So there, your biases will also be there. Let us try to agree that these things will always be there and try to overcome these issues and settle with that. Objectivity is still there. There is a truth. I have to explore this truth. But my point, despite of having pluralism, therefore different, multiple dimensions, multiple issues, multiple things, context, I have to establish the truth. That is the pertinent philosophy of any kind of research, whether it is qualitative, quantitative, or mixed. Pluralism always there, but you have to establish the truth. Fallibilism is a bit of technical. Like we see that there are we understand that these things are there. Those things into and also establishing truth also. We were a bit, little bit concept and problem centered because we are more interested in areas. Why the issue of moving away from classes? So we are interested to try to understand the problem from the people and said that to move evidence. Now coming to my text, I have used mixed methods. Let me honestly accept that that time I didn't know why I'm using mixed methods. Not integrated to this what again will lead you this one misleading. I use qualitative tools, I use quantitative tools, and the narrative the things, so I thought it is mixed. No. Start with the basic research question for people. If you research question, as I said in the beginning also, that research question, see that what is the nature of what is that called enrollment ratio in schools, and if there are any changes, what are the reasons behind it? It gives you a scope understanding of embedded research, like your scope to integrate what is that called not very well established research question, but you can think of having this kind of mixed methods which give you scopes, or how people do use social media, or the youth especially do use social media, and how these social medias affect their mental health. How? So these social media they use, and how conveniently they access or not, this depending on the questions, and in fact how that your performance, your mental health, because you are constantly comparing with your peer groups. See that some people got a great achievement, gold medal here and there, got into professor position, but still you are a research scholar. Suppose I don't want to make this one, but that you create it kind of unnecessarily mental pressure upon you, that led to kind of different kind of. Here is the scope that you from the research question itself you try to understand that what is the nature, what should be my research methods, whether it will be qualitative, pure qualitative, quantitative, or mixed methods.
Yes.
So I have already explained this, so I don't want to repeat, because those things what Pressel said, John W. Pressel. So
हाँ सर नहीं नहीं ये स्लाइड
चलो आगे चलो, चलो आगे, हाँ आगे चलो,
सुन
हाँ आगे चलो, हाँ. Okay, how will come to this? So when we talk about mixed methods design, we now what Pressel and other people have explained this. There are 4 types of design, mixed method design, depending on the types of research question again. Convergent parallel design, explanatory sequential design, exploratory sequential design, and embedded design. I'll explain what are these 3. Convergent parallel design. That means I need to get data simultaneously, get data simultaneously from using research methods and analyze it, and come to my this one what is that called, analysis, interpretation, and this one. Now exploratory, when I talk about explanatory sequential design, here I start with the kind of quantitative research method first. I start with the quantitative research methods. I want to see the pattern first. I want to establish the pattern, what ratio, what is the retention capacity, how people are retaining in these schools, how it affects this one, who are these people, which age groups they are staying, which age groups are moving out from the classes. So many things I try to understand what and how these things are distributed across different schools, regions, or different kind of social groups. I try to establish this fast quantitative research methods. I designed my what questionnaire, and remember that this questionnaire will be close-ended questionnaire primarily. Convergent parallel design, I am open-ended questionings. I ask questions like what is the enrollment ratio? Suppose what is the number of students enrolled here? Then what is the number of students that are enrolled in the beginning? What is the number of students retained now? And again, I'm asking that why there is a change. So these are actually, all these questions are integrated. Understood? All these questions are integrated. Why? How? I gave an open-ended question here. So that gave you some scope to understand that why the retention capacity, or why people are still, associated with kind of some, dealing with some kind of health issues, and they don't approach to the modern health facilities. Why? I asked what are the hospitals, number of hospitals, frequency of hospitals, number of patients, frequency of patients, and who are the patients, which age groups, which category, which gender, category means gender or educational background. Then also trying to understand that if people are not accessing, which group is not accessing to the modern hospitals, if certain groups are not accessing to the modern hospital, why? I'm asking questions why people are not going and approaching. Whether it's a particular groups, particular tribe access to the modern hospitals. So then it gave me some scope of narrative analysis. Maybe because there are some cultural taboos, maybe some cultural prohibitions, or maybe social sanctions, cultural sanctions, or maybe some over attachment with some particular groups, or there are some other theories also. When I talk about this qualitative approach, it brings in the kind of critical theory into consideration. So it brings in some kind of structural theories into considerations also. It brings in some functional theories. So depends on different types of approaches. I need to let's say today I said how I designed this course. I, in fact, actually discussed with my research scholars, got their ideas. I asked them why you say that this will be better, that will be not better. They, in fact, rejected my ideas. Okay, but they countered. I try to understand that what motivated them to say that mixed method is important, because they are subjects, no? They know better than me why mixed method is important. So because I took their views after a lot of case studies, discussion, could be ethnography also. If it is a particular narratives of particular groups, ethnic groups or community, then I really, whatever they are saying, are they really correct? Because I didn't have time, so I didn't establish. Whatever Keshav says or Shivani says or Savana says or Sumit says, are they really correct? I have to again use my close-ended questionnaire, populated with different kinds of research scholars. I partly read it. What their people said mixed methods. So I now, whatever I said, got from qualitative research, applications that was also testified for quantitative research. So now this is a kind of, this is called what? Triangulation. Try to understand that. I adopted different methods, tools, techniques, and different groups. This group, IC group, non-IC group, male, female, and so many. And also sources. Sources means what? Secondary sources. I refer some journals, some articles, some periodicals. And everyone says that it's everywhere. I've seen that there is a criticism that people use mixed methods, but don't know why they use it. So that motivated me through different kind of qualitative, quantitative, and through different multiple methods, approaches, tools, techniques, and sources of data collections to came to a kind of this is verified and fact is established. Since I established the fact through different multiple methods, approaches, theories, including sources and different stakeholders, that is called actually what? What is called? Triangulation. This method is called triangulation approach. Okay. So when I talk about mixed measurement, I said I did a research somewhere in Paras, India. Some information I got that this kind of surrounding of this one, there is a kind of parikrama by joint groups that will be around, let's say, 54 kilometers. Some people said it's 50 to 60 kilometers. It's simple fact I'm giving. People said after a lot of qualitative discussions, ethnographic disc narrative accounts and all, I established that it will be a range from 50 to 60. How is it that exact kilometer, how much? I have to now go to different kind of literature and got that 54. So I adopted, interacted with the people where they're living, came to the officials, interacted with them, then went to the census, went to the different kind of statistical, statistics verified it's 52. Got my point? So this is how you can establish 4 different types of narratives, different types of quantitative tools, techniques, groups, sources, and agents. That is called triangulations. Now important is how quantity and it to be integrated. This is very important. Na? Suppose I said this, how I can incorporate quantitative data so that it will be seamless. That goes in what direction, goes in there. Then it will be our integration. So important that we have
Please
to
fix the audio
that
issues for the
also
online participants.
keeping in mind that so embedded. So closely embedding the things, bringing in together the things. So simultaneously, I thinking of constructivist idea, at the same time thinking of leading to a conclusion, taking accounts that actually can give you. So there is some overlapping this one also, like how this embeddedness and the kind of this one also. Maybe some of the resource person will better explain exclusively. So sometimes the resource person that I said that how the lack of presence, why there is a high, what is the removal, what is that high exclusivity, there is no better inclusivity in tribal or related to healthcare or social care services. And why? Explaining these reasons from the subject perspectives. So these approaches as well as this one together to bring generalized certain things and bring in the food is also is a kind of design also that is we are coming to a close because it is 14. Yes, 12:40 now. Go to this one. Okay, you can see this, only this, see this schematic diagram. Both sides, I am collecting data simultaneously in quantitative research method and qualitative research methods. Analyzing data in then convergent parallel. Also, you can be established this way also, because I don't have to take much. Now, exploratory and exploratory. So we have to establish. There is a question integrating triangulating already clear.
ये डिस्कनेक्ट हो जा रहा है बार बार.
So, triangulation is for the exploratory. Or every research you are dealing with, that you have to whether exploratory, explanatory, sequential design, or mixed method. Sorry, that is called embedded research. We have to establish two different sources. You said something out of that, some that is particular position context, but again verified with you or with others with different sources. So it will be associated with methodological dimension is also very investigative methods to establish the truth. Are you different qualitative investigators, quantitative investigators with some mixed method investigators with some qualitative background or maybe literature background also. Triangulation also, methodological triangulation also, data triangulation. Next, next. Yeah, already explained. Next, please. This way. Also, it's not that it's something only quantitative people sampling, no qualitative, no. How? How? What type of sampling we use? Can anyone say? Non-probability. Exactly. Used by statistics, people from quantitative background probabilities of testing in masses, both data collection, then analysis, verify with the different sources of data, sources of investigators, different sources, then you interpret it, then you report. Then last, So it is
Audio
not only
issues.
convergence, also
Please
it
fix the audio issues.
may things may diverge also. One important is but things will also diverge also. And if it so diverge, why it so?
It's
Very
the
important
audio.
is that
It's not audible.
okay now is it audible?
Audio is creating problem. Poor
The
network.
voice is breaking. We are not being able to understand it.
Poor network.
Rectify
Audio
there
issues.
because this problem with many online. Because
Network and audio both are.
don't settle it, then it's very difficult to go to the next class.
Yes.
All things open to do, guys. All clear here. Next slide. So I just gave you some example in the beginning. Now I give you some example in the end. That suppose you talk about land holding pattern, causes and influences in Bharat. What is that? Pattern I am seeing for statistics. Causes also I see both qualitative, it will be then convergent parallel design, and also seeing the consequence and qualitative. So it will be convergent. Clear na?
We are still facing issues.
Because it is like qualitative, then analyzing the data, then integrating, then reports. In fact, and it's in the swamp. Suppose these some of the where in your research. Next, because so mixed methods in types of researches, mixed methods can be used
If you are not competent to provide better streaming, maybe end the Zoom session.
next because
when we try to understand the perception, so understanding perception will come under mixed method.
only understanding perceptions, because perception is a psychological research, psychological primarily. So you can have a scale basis also.
Data is collected.
Not able to follow.
Your question is close-ended. That becomes an
Not
answer
at all
to
audible.
the so but you can go to it. And yes,
To
We can go especially
We are not able to follow what's happening since the beginning of this session. This is not at all expected from Indian Statistical Institute.
This is one question. But this is a research question first. I said now in the beginning. We start with the kind of research question. If your research question only talks about the kind of pattern, statistical or quantitative patterns, deal with different methods and approaches. Ultimately, I said now in a post-positivist approach, I already explained probably there was some problem with the audio. So they are not clear. So if I integrate different methods, I will land to the kind of truth eventually. If you are very thorough that only quantitative approach can suffice, go with the quantitative approach only. But if it's not sufficient, you need some kind of qualitative approach to explore the kind of and to go deeper into the meanings, understand from the subject perspective. Then go to qualitative again. You need to integrate this, design the pattern, and triangulate it through different sources and methods. I think mixed method is most important if you establish the truth through different methods, particularly in social science research. This is my take on all this.
Another question is from Mahesh Kumar Sharma. Is asking if we want to understand the impact of US tariffs imposed on India through this mixed method design, how can we do it? How can we interpret it through quantitative and qualitative?
Okay, she read it again. Because there's a very highly quantitative economist question.
If we want to understand the impact of US tariffs imposed on India through this mixed method design, how can we do so? How can we interpret it through quantitative and qualitative lens?
It's a brilliant question, but I need to little bit rethink about it because you are talking about how US tariffs what impacting or
imposed on India through this mixed method design.
How can imposed on India? What exactly you are interested? What is your research question again? How US tariff impacting Indian economy, or how US tariff impacting import and export only? How US tariff impacting both the kind of growth rate, GDP, or how? What is that question is not clear. First establish the question, and if so, because recently just they imposed the tariffs, so impact is still not clear. And after 5 years, you see that how US tariffs impacted socioeconomically, culturally, ecologically, and all. Why? Who are these people, and how they are suffering? How they are suffering actually painfully experiencing. Those things can be narrated through mixed methods also. It depends specific research question because clearly this is just a context. But she didn't ask or he didn't ask the question. So you have to now frame the question. Research the questions, very specific research question, and that research question will have to explore and get the data from both sources, then explain the reasons and experiences, sharings and feelings. That will be mixed methods. Any other? Okay, thank you very much. I already took another extra 10 minutes from my next speaker, so I apologize for this extra time taking from your time. Thank you very much. In fact, we will meet in next 3 days. So I'm there. If any confusion or things, then we can discuss. But hopefully in next 2-3 classes or next 2-3 sessions, everything will be clear. Probably some confusions might arise due to audio problems or online participants. Thank you very much.
सुबह की सही चल रहा है, बस वो पिछली कर दीजिएगा, बाकी ऑडियो वीडियो सुबह सही आ रहा है ऑनलाइन में। फिर बार बार डिस्प्ले नहीं आ रहा है, बहुत गंदा वाईफाई, व्हाट्सएप का मैसेज नहीं जा रहा है। 13 मेगापिक्सल है, मतलब 13 मेगापिक्सल लगा आपको
So, our next session will be, next speaker will be Professor Subrat Shankar Bagchi. Professor Subrat Shankar Bagchi will talk about qualitative traditions and ethnography. He is a very senior professor in University of Kolkata. So Professor Subrat Shankar Bagchi, based on my interactions, personal interaction, I would say, I've seen him engaging in field for months together with different types of communities, and is a very well-known ethnographer, qualitative researcher, and established academicians from Kolkata University, and well-known across India, pan-India. So without taking much time, so I invite Professor Bagchi to deliberate on his talk. The topic on qualitative traditions and ethnography. So we can use this. Good afternoon, everybody. Professor Deepak Kumar Behera, Dr. Haricharan Behera, dear participants, online and offline. I guess there are some technical glitches for online participants. So my students are participating from various parts of India. So I guess it will be resolved and fixed very soon. But first thing is that Dr. Behera has given me a task of introducing different qualitative traditions as well as ethnography in 1 hour or 1 hour 15 minutes. It should ideally take a whole day. So first thing is that I'll try to be as brief as possible, not to really give you some hazy idea about this. So I will kind of run through the PPT or my lecture. If you have any question, you can ask me after the lecture. I will answer each and every question. So let me just start with indicator. Different types of qualitative traditions include. I'll build on this first thing, that is ethnographic studies, which requires cultural immersion. Then grounded theory. It is basically to develop your theory for theory duty. If you don't have any theory in mind, then you can use this grounded theory method. Then we have historical studies, where past events and the impact of those past events are being studied. We have case studies, in-depth individual and institutional case studies. Then we have phenomenological studies, which is based on lived experiences of the people, of the actors, and then action research, improving practice, action. So I have devoted, apart from ethnography, other methods for other traditions, I have devoted one slide each. So each of these traditions needs separate treatment. But let me just try to give you some brief idea about what are the things that I'm talking about. First thing is that grounded theory. Let's say you don't have any theory or any prefixed idea or any idea about the field. Or let's say if you have the existing methods are becoming insufficient, or rather I should say not capable of explaining those things, then you use grounded theory. Here it is done through constant comparison and purposeful or purposive sampling. It all started with Glaser and Strauss in sociology, where the Glaser and Strauss actually worked among the terminally ill oncological patients. So whatever methods that was in hand were really insufficient. So let's say, how are you? When I ask this question to you, all of us have a kind of expiry date. But if the expiry date is 3 days after when I'm asking, then how are you? The question, simple question, how are you, would be a kind of difficult one. So all the theories were really insufficient or incapable of explaining those things or incapable of dealing with the situation. That's why they started with grounded theory. You just ground there without any predisposition. We don't have any script. Let's say in a drama or in a stage, you don't have any script. Start building the script in the field and then try to have constant comparisons of what you have done, what you have collected, and then start to uncode those things. Start to have something and explain, and again try to explain in the field, and then come up with another sort of explanations. These kind of things are there in the grounded theory. So these are the reference, very important references. Now we must go to phenomenological studies. What?
Can you show the last slide once more?
Yes. So here in phenomenological study, the aim is to explore lived experiences and meaning. We actually always give some. Always make some decisions which are outside of purely logical basis. We do that, don't we? Now, when we do that, why we do that? That's the question. So let's say we often buy dearer things. We want to often buy more price, I mean, the same things in more price. Let's say, one packet of milk comes with 30 rupees, the same milk, same kind of milk for another company comes for 50 rupees. So we buy 50 rupees rather than 30 rupees. So why we do that? So if there is no logic, then what kind of logic is it? So that's the phenomenon with the study mainly. I mean, here, nursing, psychology, education, everything. Mothers of suicide and adolescents was a very fascinating study, I should say, of Tally. Then Donald and Schubert and Carpenter also done some phenomenological steps, phenomenological qualitative studies. Then we have action research studies. Here we must have immediate solutions to practical problem. Method is collaboration, participatory action research. I think PART will be discussed here. So I won't go to the details of this part. Its root is in social sciences. Levin, Soltak is a very famous anthropologist, action anthropologist. We have Dunkley et al. Palliative care outcomes. That's very important study, and one of the most important studies in action research. So once again, Stolberg and Carpenter did a very important study of action research. Now let us come to ethnography. That's the main thing that I'll address here. Now, how would you actually explain ethnography? Fetterman explained ethnography in a very brief manner. It's art and science of describing a group or culture. Art and science of describing a group means it is in the social science, and at the same time, it shouldn't be a kind of mundane sort of, it may not be a kind of mundane sort of writing or reproducing the field reports. So it's art and science of describing a group or culture. Marcus and Fisher has given a rather elaborate sort of definition or rather conception about ethnography. It goes like this: the research process in which an anthropologist closely observes, records, and engages in the daily life of another culture. So here we observe. I mean, if you can also include sociologists here. We don't have any sort of copyright of ethnography, a social scientist. So this is how a social scientist, it's a process in which a social scientist closely observes, records, and engages in the daily life of another culture, an experience labeled as fieldwork method, and then writes accounts of this culture emphasizing descriptive detail. So descriptive detail is at the core of this ethnography. You can be as descriptive as possible, and at the same time, you need to write the accounts of the culture, and and it should come from an intensive, immersive fieldwork. That's the thing that Marcus and Fisher actually stressed about. Now, ethnography actually has a kind of sort of dichotomous relationship with primitive versus modern. So there is a perception that we actually do ethnography on the primitive, that is, who are less modern than us. But this is not true. I'm telling you why. Initially, it was another culture. I mean, in ethnography, we always wanted to do studies on another culture and exotic others. It was known as exotic others. The culture that really thrills us.
কি হরিণ নাকি?
তোমার ফোন বোধহয় পাচ্ছে না তো exotic animals. Then of course there was a kind of division of labor. Tribe and village were done by the anthropologists, and of course the urban areas, the urban studies were done by the sociologists. Now anthropologists were particularly concerned with primitive and traditional societies. Our sine qua non or unique thing was participant observation, both in sociology and anthropology. Then we shifted from exotic others to adjacent others. Hence, those who are living on the margin of a society and not actually in the mainstream, those adjacent others are being studied by us, by the anthropologists. And then we also made a shift from self and others, the comparison of self and others, and only self. Now with globalization, the difference between modern and pre-modern have become obliterated or rather vanishing. Okay, so how can you actually do the same thing, the exotic others, another culture? No, it's becoming homogenizing. The culture throughout the world is getting homogenizing with the globalization. So division of labor between sociologists and anthropologists are getting blurred. So sociologists are doing other cultures, anthropologists are doing adjacent others. So it's a kind of thing that is getting more and more, and it's for the good of for the healthy development of the tradition. In both cultures, both disciplines, we don't have any sort of Achilles heels. I would say that this is the journey. This is the journey from early form of ethnography to a kind of postmodern form of ethnography. So let us just go through this journey from the beginning, bit specifically. Ethnographic data actually came from travelers, explorers, government officials in colonial territories, missionaries. From late 19th to early 20th century, it became more formalized with evolutionary perspective. And of those, it has been severely criticized later. Evolutionary perspective actually wanted to say that like our biological organisms, the journey or evolutionary journey from simpler to more complex form of creatures or organizations or organisms, it can be equated with the journey from the simpler society to complex society. So let's say, this is how they saw it, that we all will go through a journey from savagery to barbarism, then to the civilization. And what kind of civilization? That is European civilization. That is the pinnacle of human society. So, of course, all of us will have to go through this path. So there was a prayer of those uncivilized, lesser children of God, white man's burden, were always there to solve, and they wanted to help us in getting the kind of European standard of civilization. So it was severely criticized later, but it started with evolutionary perspective of ethnography. Then the first formal ethnography actually we found in Notes and Queries on Anthropology. It has been published from 1874 to 1951. it was published by British Association of Advanced Science. PARS, later it became RAI, Royal Anthropological Institute. Pitt Rivers, Tyler, all were part of this. It was first attempted by anthropologists to systematize data collection. Just to promote accurate anthropological observation on the part of the travelers. So those who are travelers, they shouldn't do something nasty. That's why it started to actually take the data from the so-called natives and put it in the notes and queries. And enable those who are not anthropologists to supply information which is needed for the scientific study of anthropology at home. Another very important. So you will see at the luxury of Western civilization and study the native people in Australia, let's say. So you won't have to leave in London, or for that matter, New York, and study. First major expedition was Torres Strait expedition, 1899. Rivers, Ray, all actually were involved in this expedition. It was also known as armchair anthropology. Armchair is not a literal meaning of armchair. I mean, here what we wanted to say, anthropology wanted to say that they went for those expeditions, but never actually hit the field. So they used to sit in with the comfort of the camp and try to bring people and study those people. So these people were known as armchair anthropologists. Now, classical ethnography. Let me come to the classical ethnography section. Of course, we must talk about Malinowski, who was the inventor of classical ethnography. He was stuck in Australia. It was not his choice. I hope many of you know that it was not a kind of charity that he was doing. He was stuck in Australia because of his surname, Malinowski. Poland was part of the Axis force in World War I, and British people, British government didn't want to let him enter into Great Britain. That's why he was stuck in Australia, and from Australia he traveled to Trobriand Islands and stayed there for whatsoever may be the reason, but he stayed there from 1915 to 1916 and 1917 to 1980. So he came up with the ground-breaking book, Argonauts of Western Pacific. For the first time in the history of ethnography, he left armchair and veranda to live among the people and mingle with their subjects of study. And he invented, or rather he came up with the methodology known as participant observation.
अभी क्या है कि मतलब क्या बोलते हैं अभी सैलरी को लेकर चर्चा चल रहा है कि कब सैलरी मिलेगा नया ज्वाइन किया हुआ अभी तो सब खाता किया थोड़ा डर हो गया है इसका तो चलेगा ना हाँ कितने दिन के लिए गया है पता नहीं
Mute yourself.
वो एक हफ्ते के लिए गया है
Please mute. So, he happens to be my student, my PhD student. I didn't know. He's such a dumb. Oh, well.
Sorry, sir. I was a bit talking with someone. Sorry for the inconvenience.
But talk with your microphone, muted microphone. Okay, you don't have any problem. Participant observation. So it is actually to grasp the natives' point of view. For the first time, natives' point of view were tried to grasp through participant observation. Now, what is participant observation? There participation and observation. So, as far as participant is concerned, participant through participation, we can have an insider view. It is good for the, I don't know, read that. I mean, for the ethnographers sometimes to put put aside camera, notebook, and pencil, and to join himself in what is going on. That is insider view. And as far as observation is concerned, an ethnographic diary carried on systematically throughout the course of one's work in the district would be the ideal instrument for this sort of study. So at the same time, you immerse within this within the community, and then come out with your own observation. So this is not an observation. This is not a sole observation, whole observation, or entire observation. This is coupled with participant observation. You participate and write your experiences. So it was, I mean, truly, Malinowski should be given the credit of inventing ethnography. Now, very importantly, you can see this book, a diary in the strict sense of term, by Malinowski. So, the golden place of ethnographic knowledge actually, should I say, torn asunder by the publication of this book. I mean, myth of making ethnographic labels actually busted. Malinowski failed to grasp the significance of kinship terminology, the intricacies of economic exchange, the importance of kinship terminology, of kinship in economic exchange, the precision. He lacked the precision required for writing on law, or the meaning of anthropological comparison. You cannot really compare with other communities or other cultures with the kind of work that Malinowski did. Another very important issue is the diary. In 1967, his wife had a financial problem, so she actually gave this Malinowski's diary to a publisher. It was published, and of course, as I said, the golden place of ethnography was busted, because there in the diary we saw that Malinowski were very angry at those Argonauts of Western Pacific. He didn't like those people. He actually denigrated those people in different ways, and he didn't write it in his book, but he wrote it in his diary. So you are holding something and writing something pleasant about something. It should not be done. So the entire plunk of ethnography became topsy-turvy from 1967. Can we speak truth? That's the main question. Can we speak truth about the community, or whatever I said? Or was participant observation was helpful for Malinowski? Was it helpful? Because he immersed in the community, but he didn't have any respect for the community, which was not revealed in his book, but in his diary. Then came Franz Boas, historical particularist form of ethnography, and Franz Boas actually destroyed various myths. One is the myth of the evolutionists. He said that people throughout the world can think in equally complex way. So I'll give you some examples here. So we cannot really, sanitary stage, or this society in the upper stage of barbarism, or this society go past the barbaric stage and enter into the civilization stage. So he was a German, but well, he was not a racist. He also broke the myth of race. He, the kind of ethnography that he has given idea is an ethnology. It is data interpretation rather methods of data. You need to interpret it well. And the data collection method is not that important. Whether you are actually participating in that community or not, it's not important, because we have seen that Malinowski, despite participating in that community, didn't have any honor or any respect for that community. So data collection method is not that important, but well, data interpretation is also important. Each society has its own unique historical development and must be understood based on its own specific cultural context, especially its historical process. So, all of us have history. In the tribal people have rich history. It's not that. It's only a fact that it was not written well. So we are particularized. That is what he said. We are in a particular stage or particular condition which is historically defined. So historical particularism gave a new form of ethnography where you actually try to starts to respect the people for its own form of complex thinking, intricate thinking, and innovativeness. In 1885, first expedition to northwest coast of Bella Coola. Then 1886, the first collecting trips for American Museum of Natural History in New York City to Nootka and Kwakutl, massive documentation of northwest coast culture. So here you go. The very brief summarization of summarized form of Franz Boas form of ethnography. He said he found that Inuit can perceive names of hundreds of colors and qualities of seawater and surfaces unknown to European languages. And distinction which can be described scientifically in physics and optics. It can only be explained in physics and optics. It is not visible. It is not. It is not really there in our vocabularies. But in their vocabularies, they have names of hundreds of colors and qualities of seawater and surfaces. So they are more complex than what we think, what we perceive. It's not a simple society. And there is no such thing as which are of adaptive value to a sea mammal hunting culture. If you have a sea mammal hunting culture, which the Inuits have, then you need to understand the color and qualities of seawater. In which color and which kind of seawater will bring the sea mammals. It's very important to understand. And yes. For studies, actually, it is the earliest anthropological attempt to describe non-European ethnoscience in phenomenological terms. Other beginners include Ratcliffe Brown, Andaman Islanders, Mahathir's brother in South Africa, African system of kinship marriage. Then we have Evans Pritchard, the Nuer, Azande, Anuak Shilluk, Margaret Mead, coming of age in Samoa, Ruth Benedict, patterns of culture. I will only briefly try to understand the Samoa's
case. I mean, The Coming of Age in Samoa, written by Margaret Mead. The basic research question was, is adolescence a universally traumatic and stressful time due to biological factors, or is the experience of adolescence dependent on one's cultural upbringing? That's the main research question of Margaret. He went to Samoas and started studying, and the basic question is basically nature versus nurture. It is based on a detailed study of 68 girls between 8 to 20 in 3 contiguous villages. Mead described sexual relations as frequent, usually without consequences or issue. The basic conclusion was that adolescence in Samoa was not a stressful period for girls. Because in general, Samoan society lacked stresses. So that's really her findings. So it is this kind of study is known as culture personality study. This ethnography is known as culture personality ethnography. There are various strains within culture personality ethnography, but I have only discussed one. Now, another form of ethnography is structuralist ethnography. Here, the basic premises is that structure of human thought process is same in all cultures. It goes in binary opposition. So we always tend to think in binary, whether it's hot and cold, male, female, culture, nature, raw, cooked. So these are the binaries that we tend to think. Let's say we want cooked food, but how much cooked food? How much cooked the food would be? That's very important. We don't want raw food. We don't want excessively cooked food. So in the middle, we always want things in the middle. We don't want too hot tea, or we don't want cold tea. Something in the middle. So we actually tend to judge things in terms of binary. Whether it's hot tea or cold tea. So whether it's raw or cooked, whether it's whether a person is male or female. I mean, it was based on dichotomy. Nowadays, the male female is a social construct. There can be different dichotomy. That's my take, not Levi-Strauss's. So binary opposition are reflected in various cultural institutions. We can always explain this with this binary opposition sort of methodology in kinship, myth, and language. Structuralists aim to understand the underlying meaning involved in human thought as expressed in culture facts. So structuralism actually goes within the brain. We do have the similar kind of brain. So people throughout the world tend to think in the same way because our brains are similar. So there is a deep structure, underlying meaning existing in cultural phenomena, and structuralism is a set of principles for studying the mental superstructure. So we need to go for any mental superstructure or any superstructure. We need to understand the deep structure, which is at the core of any culture. So, and it should be done with the binary. That's how it was done by Levi-Strauss, Claude Levi-Strauss. That's how Claude Levi-Strauss think. Now, savage man. Only one example that I am citing here. Savage. people from so-called primitive cultures are equipped with same mental faculties as those of the so-called advanced culture. So people in the so-called simpler society, or rather primitive cultures, have the same faculties like us in the so-called advanced culture. All societies have myths and organized ways of thinking about the world. All societies. I didn't find any society without any myth. So myth is common in every society, and there are some organized way of thinking about the world. Any difference between the two are due to material circumstances, not any difference in mental capacity. So let's say, let us give an example of from wars, France wars. So in English, what are the words that are there for ice? Only 2 or 3. But well, the Inuits have 32 different terms of explaining, or rather more sometimes, for explaining the ice. So it is not that English language is inferior than the Inuit language, or maybe, or vice versa. So, I mean, that's how we should explain this thing. It is basically due to differences between the two, due to material circumstances, not in the differences of mental capacity. Now, let us go to another area of ethnography, which is ethnoscience and cognitive ethnography. Now, ethnoscience actually starts from 1950s. It was known as new ethnography. I mean, ethnography, ethnoscience, scientists actually wanted to say that ethnography shouldn't be unscientific. There shouldn't be any idiosyncrasies involved in ethnography. So that's the main sort of launching pad of ethnoscience. They wanted to objectivize, or rather, they wanted ethnography to be objective, to reproduce cultural reality as it was perceived and lived by members of the society. So once we study a particular community, a particular study, a particular culture, another people, if he or she goes to the same culture, will come up with the same result. That's how they wanted to study ethnography. So the cultural reality can be reproduced. Then what is needed? What is needed for the reproduction of cultural reality? We need to understand native conceptual categories. How we conceptualize a thing is important. Now we need to get into the mind of those people, how they conceptualize things. I'm giving you one example. Unanu. Unanu is a community in Indonesia who actually have a different color categories. They identify color in different ways than us. We all have seen green during the rainy season. We all have seen green during the dry season. There is a difference between dry green and wet green. We don't have that kind of conceptual categories, cognitive categories. But there, although we see it different, we don't actually conceptualize it, or we don't have any vocabulary for this. So these kind of things are there. We need to understand the native conceptual categories. That's how we reproduce, they try to reproduce the cultural realities. Now, one thing is important, that we don't have any direct access to another person's mind. That's true. We don't have any couldn't invent any microscope that will actually see what is going on within our head. Okay, so we don't have any direct access. The cognitive principles and codes drawn are based on informants told them. If we want to actually code or rather want to understand the things, what is going on in your mind, it will come from your responses. Otherwise, we don't have any direct access to our brain, to anybody's brain, to self our own brain, not only the other's brain. We don't have any access. So, information is actually the main way of understanding what is going on in his or her brain. They drew heavily on the techniques of linguistic analysis, Prague School of Linguistics, where the structure of languages were very important to understand. They studied phonetic structure of languages by contrasting sounds, order to analyze and the features that made sounds distinct. So, this Prague School of Linguistics is very important. They actually stress on phonetics of a particular language. With this phonetics, you can understand what is the conceptual category of a speaker. What are the conceptual categories of a speaker? Without the phonetic structure, we won't be able to do that. So it incorporated this idea, this ethnoscience of cognitive anthropology incorporated this idea into their research by creating diagrams in which contrasts of minds could be outlined. So here we can outline the contrasts of minds and the features of native conceptual categories distinguish. So all of us actually, how we identify the nature, we dissect the nature in our own language, and then we classify these things. So let's say this is a seminar hall. This is not a sort of what should I say? Any informal setting, but informal setting is different. So we conceptualize these things. What should be an informal setting and what should be a formal setting? What is a tree? What is an art? We conceptualize in our own mind. Then we actually, through this, we dissect the nature and we made our own terminologies, and that's how we actually describe things. And with those descriptions, we can get into the conceptual categories of the past. Now, also adopted the 1930s linguistic ideas of Edward Sapir and Benjamin Watt. It is known as Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Language, not just a means of communication, but also shaped people's perception of the world. Language is not just a means of communication, it shapes our perception of the world. That's what I was talking about. We dissect nature along lines drawn by our native languages. In Bengali, we have so many terms of lotus. It was because, why so many? Possibly 108 terms of lotus. Okay, why it is there? It is there because lotus was so common in our surroundings. So, we actually cut nature up, organize it into concepts, ascribe significances as we do, largely because we are parties to an agreement to organize it in this way. An agreement that holds throughout our speech community and is codified in the patterns of our language. So, We are in an agreement with each other that whatever I will say, what I will say, not whatever, what I will say, you will understand. In our native language, let's say in Bengali,
What I will say,
you will understand. So, that kind of agreement is there, and this is the speech community that we talk about, and is codified in the patterns of our language. So, linguistic determination of perception, close connection between language and culture is important. That's the main thing about ethnoscience. Now, there are many studies, many ethnoscientists and cognitive anthropology study many things. Kinship terminology, Hunano, color categories, Maya categories of Maya roots. Then we have Zeltal Maya plant terminology, and of course cultural models by American gender types. Now, later developed. These two are apples. One is green apple and another is normal red apple. So, apple means, whenever we say the term apple, actually few things come up: red, round, and there is a stem. Nothing is there. Only the roundness is there, but no stem, and it is not red. But if you give it to a child, you will understand that it's an apple. So where does the appleness of apple lie? That's a very important issue. According to schema theory, a child will recognize an object that is green, round, and has no stem as an apple because it activates appleness schema rather than because it matches an exact list of traits. So it doesn't match the exact list of traits, red, round, and stem, but still appleness of apple is there in a green apple, which doesn't have any stem, or redness is there. So there is another form of ethnography based on schema theory. You want to understand the native categories, native cognitive categories. Now, another form of ethnography within cognitive ethnography is connection. Connectionism actually suggests that the knowledge is linked, network, and widely distributed by processing units that work like neurons. Knowledge is linked, and it is network and widely distributed by processing units. So, let's say if a child is passing through in front of a driving car. Okay. Now, if the car is driven by a computer, then what will happen? The computer will calculate the distance between the child and the car. Then it will calculate the speed of the car and the speed in which the child is going, and then starts deciding that whether we should stop the car or we should go in the same speed, and the child will pass before we cross the place where the child is crossing. But in real terms, real life situation, does it happen? No, because we have different analyzing, processing units. We analyze things with the processing units. All units are connected and work simultaneously. We can process the information much faster than any computer. So we decided stop them. If it is computer, then 101010 will make it to an accident, because car may be driven by a computer, but the child is not a computer. He may slow down or he may speed up. So that's very important. And we actually take the conclusion and that whether it is logical, it would be logical in this situation to slow your car, you simply automatically apply the brakes. So we process the things much faster than a computer. Connectionism is another very important way. Connection is another very important way of doing ethnography in cognitive anthropology. Then we have interpretive and symbolic ethnography. It is actually gears, we put gears for more interpretive ethnography. Here, gear 6. Okay. Man is an animal suspended in the webs of significance against the system. And our name for those webs is culture. So it's like a spider. It is suspended in the web of significance that after the person himself has found. So that's important. And conclusion is that not an any problem there? Okay, so the analysis of it therefore is not an experimental science in search of law, but an interpretive one in search of meaning. So we actually, ethnography cannot be, or qualitative method cannot be experimental in nature. He said anthropology cannot be an experimental in nature, in search of law, but an interpretive one in search of meaning, because the web of significance in which we are actually suspended, we ourselves expand. So it is we that really decide what kind of society, what kind of surroundings that we want to live. And it is interpreted, and it is Let us talk about thick description very briefly. Wink or a twitch, whether it's a wink or a twitch, that's very important. Both are involuntary contraction or voluntary contraction of eyelid. Okay, so one can be wink, another can be twitch. If somebody else actually understand it or construe it or rather interpret it, wink as a twitch, it's unfortunate. And also it's more unfortunate that whether if somebody else actually interpret twitch as a wink, it can lead to a violence. So between wink and twitch, there is a distinction. Because both are contraction of eyelid. One is actually intentional, giving some signal to some people. Another is a kind of involuntary contraction of eyelid. So, same thing in different ways. Wink is a thin description. Sorry, twitch is a thin description. Wink is a thick description. So that's how we interpret thick description. There are so many things. I will just talk about, he said, it's a very important thing for ethnography. It's one of the most famous comments on ethnography, thick description, is that doing ethnography is like trying to read, in the sense constructing reading of a manuscript foreign. You are reading a foreign manuscript, faded, full of ellipses, incoherences, suspicious emendations, tendentious commentaries, but written not in conventional grasp of sound, but in transient examples of Shakespeare. That's very true. It's still valid today. I mean, he has given it possibly in 1970s, but it is. I found it still valid. Now, briefly, I will please mute your microphone. Whoever it is. Did play the Balinese cockfight. I mean, it was Clifford Geertz started this cockfight. What really amazed Clifford Geertz is that the kind of apparent lack of violence in Indonesian society. I mean, every society every society has violence. I mean, a society without violence is very rare. It's absent. So whenever when he landed in Java or in Bali, he found that people are so courteous and there is no sign of violence. It's just very artificial. He found it very artificial, very unnatural. Then he started studying Balinese cockfight. Through this cockfight, he wanted to study everything, or rather the features of Balinese society and the violence underneath the society. So, first thing is that we talked about participant observation. Participant observation, and according to Geertz, is a completely different thing. He actually said that participant observation, we can have participant observation if we, in a matter of day or in a matter of minutes, if we can strike the right chord of that person or of that society. What happened during this field study or during ethnography is that there was a raid. A raid happened during this cockfight because the raid was very regular because there was an element of gambling within this cockfight, and it is banned in Indonesia. So the police raided from outside, suddenly raided, and here and his wife fled with the villagers. He could easily avoided that situation. He could say that I am an American and on a research visa. I came here for doing this research. He didn't do that. He fled with those people. The next morning, the village was completely different world for us. Not only were we no longer invisible, we were suddenly the center of all attention. So, normally, we say that participant observation, actually, you conduct participant observation after a few days, maybe, or a few weeks.
Yes, come.
Wait. But it can happen in a much quicker, if you can do the right thing. So, the two cocks, because during the cockfights, two cocks fight, and there is an immense amount of prestige associated with this cockfight. So, it is not just cocks that are fighting, but men. Cocks are masculine symbols here. Detachable, self-operating penises, ambulant genitals with a life of their own. So, if your cock gets defeated, then you can understand what kind of insult, what kind of sort of public public denigration will happen if your cock is in in the cockfight. The word cock is used metaphorically to mean bachelor, lady killer, tough guy, etc. Here, the conflicts, alliances, wins and losses, all symbolic things that happen elsewhere. Not in the cockfight. That happens elsewhere. Everything that is a conflict, alliance, wins, losses, it happens elsewhere. It is the two male ego that are fighting, not the two cocks. In cockfight, all action is symbolic. The real causes lie elsewhere, presumably in material circumstances. So, in a cockfight, the thick description happened like this. The cocks fight, but everything happens elsewhere. It is the two villages that are fighting. It is the two lineages that are fighting. It is the two males that are fighting. So apparently it seems a cockfight, but it is not a thin thing. It's a thick description is associated with it. And we need to find this thick description if we want to do an ethnography according to interpretive ethnography. It goes against a stereotype of Balinese culture because some gambling happens, reveals hidden and subversive elements of competition, violence, and fear, which was not visible from outside, but in the cockfight, the blood and everything, the kind of violence that are there, reveals hidden and subversive elements of competition, violence, and fear, symbolizing these hidden elements in Balinese culture. So, if you want to study the Balinese culture, you will be able to do that. You will be able to unravel these aspects of Balinese culture without studying an event like cockfight. Okay? Now, another form of ethnography, actually symbolic ethnography, that has been initiated by Victor Turner. It says that symbols instigate social action and exert determinable influences, inclining persons and groups to action. I mean, everywhere the symbols, according to Victor Turner, symbols instigate social action. If you have, sometimes, we tend to speak on the wall. Sometimes these walls are, if these walls are full of the pictures of gods and goddesses, we don't speak. So symbols instigate social action. And of course, inclining persons and groups to action. Not speeding is also a social action. Speeding is social action, but not speeding is also, speeding is not a social action. Speeding is an involuntary thing, but not speeding is a social action. When you are kind of programmed to speed, and you are actually restraining yourself from speeding, that's a social action. These operators, by their arrangement and context, produce social transformation. So, when we actually do something within our society, the operators, by their arrangement and context, produce social transformation. These social transformations are being produced by operators with their own arrangement and context and these things happen. Turner's study was actually based on the Moody tree of a tribe. The tree, here tree is a dominant symbol context to key. I mean, Moody tree actually have white latex. Now, this tree actually gives you some symbol which instigates some action. What can social action? What are those? It involves milk, the white latex, kin bonds between mother and children, continuity of Dembu, I mean the name of the tribe was Dembu, continuity of Dembu kinship over time, used in male initiation rites, also used in girls' puberty. The puberty ritual to represent men opposed to women. So they conduct various rituals in front of those Moody tree, which actually has white latex, and all those things, all those rites of passage from boyhood to manhood, from girlhood to womanhood, from womanhood to motherhood, all these transitions happened in front of the Moody tree. So Moody tree is a symbol and it instigates these social actions. This is another form of ethnography. You need to find out the symbols that instigate social action, and you can actually do ethnography of that. Other types of ethnography, very briefly, I am trying to mention engaged ethnography, digital ethnography, ethnography, visual ethnography, institutional ethnography, business ethnography, critical ethnography. Other types of ethnography, of course, another thing is postmodern ethnography. And engaged ethnography actually goes beyond observation, involves active participation and collaboration with the communities. Here, you are not like Malinowski. You actually participate. Actively in the research work with not just on communities to co-produce knowledge. So research work with the community, not just on community, with the community, not on community, and co-produce knowledge with the community. Aims to address real world issues while maintaining ethical and reflexive practices. I mean, it aims to address real world issues, various real world issues. Engaged ethnography, here reflexivity is there. Positionality and biases should be mentioned from the very outset. There must be a long-term commitment with the community. Deep understanding should be there. Action orientation should be there. Tangible interventions or advocacy for interventions are there. This is engaged ethnography. It is application is social justice, advocacy, community development programs, public health interventions, policy making. These are the applications of engaged ethnography. Okay. Now we have very briefly, it requires another 1 hour for introducing digital ethnography. Ethnography is a qualitative research method that adopts ethnographic techniques to study cultures and communities in digital spaces. So, in the digital places, we can study cultures and communities. We actually do these things in a very immersive way, being a part of the group and study those things, and various participant observations are also there. studies online behavior, interactions, cultural patterns. Used in marketing, sociology, anthropology, and UX research. User experience research. That's very important. Social media, you can study social media, Reddit, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, or X, whatever. Forums, gaming communities, review sites, you can do these things in ethnography, digital ethnography. Methodology, data collection methodology is passive observation, public posts, comments. Active participation is also there, engaging with users ethnicity. Users ethical. I mean, ethical participation is there. Analysis, identifying themes, language patterns, and social norms. It should be there. It must be there. And there are various tools you will possibly be introduced with NVivo, XQTA, manual coding, sentiment analysis. All these things, all these analysis can be done. Market research, understanding consumer behavior, sociocultural studies, online subcultures, activism, and UX research, improving digital platforms. So these are the parts, these are the things that are there in digital ethnography. Now let us briefly understand what postmodern ethnography is. I mean, it's postmodern ethnography. The ethnographers, they say we are not neutral. We are not omniscient observer. We are part of the game. Now, there was a very famous book by Renato Rosaldo, The Grief and a Headhunter's Rage. I guess some of you have already read this book or read this passage because in Calcutta University undergraduate syllabus that is there, anthropology and psychology. But well, he was working. Rosaldo, along with his wife, were working among the headhunters. He didn't understand why people indulge in such a kind of horrific thing. But suddenly his wife died in a very pitiful situation, very unfortunate situation. Then what happened? Unbearable sorrow after the accidental death of his wife in the field. How this experiment led him to visceral understanding of why Ilongot was working among the Ilongot people. Ilongot men go headhunting after the death of loved ones, could not comprehend through intellectual study of the custom. So they say, Ilongot people say that, well, we do headhunting because we need somebody's shoulder to bear our bill, bear our pain. So if we don't really clear the head, the shoulder is not free. So that's how. But he was not understanding. I mean, he couldn't understand why people can really go to the extent of cutting the head and bring the shoulder to bear the pain of that person after the death of his. Why? He could understand. Wish I had a shoulder to bear that pain. It's, I mean, my head can no longer bear that pain. So he could understand the logic. He didn't indulge in head, but well, he could understand the logic. Now, another very famous postmodern ethnography was A Tale of Two Pregnancies by Lala Abuluga. Here, what happened? Lala Abuluga was Egyptian origin, American. She started studying among the Bedouins of Egypt. Okay, so what happened? He started field work with his. She started field work with his wife, with her husband, and she got pregnant. In about the same time, a Bedouin woman became pregnant. So it's a contrasting story of two pregnancies: a Bedouin woman getting pregnant and an American woman, although she is an Egyptian origin people, a woman, but she is an American. So an American woman getting pregnant is a very completely different. So ethnography of particular people in specific times and places is there. Pregnancies of Abu Lughod and Karima, an Egyptian Bedouin. Here, she found that nature of fertility medicine in US. I mean, US pharmaceutical industry made this pregnancy a disease so that their pharmaceutical industry can thrive on this $1 trillion business. But it's another natural thing in a woman's life. So she saw that Bedouin woman doesn't need any restrictions, or for that matter, any medication. But at the same time, she needed medication. Her husband insisted that you should take this medicine. So it's all about making a natural thing, leveling a natural thing. This is one. Egyptian experiences and modernity are completely different. So this is postmodern ethnography. And last point is, do I have some time? 2 minutes?
Actually, already 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So you left 10 minutes.
No issue. I started 10 minutes late also.
Sure. It's possibly Professor Behera will be
Next, Professor Amita Baldwin is sitting there.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, we have to consult our last item.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, globalization and ethnography is a very important issue. Studying other, not so different, was part of the venture of these ethnographers who studied globalization. Eric Holmes is one that who started this form of ethnography, historical events, history of past decades, effects of expansion of MNCs in the non-West. He studied effect of expansions of MNCs in the non-West, outsourcing production and labor, and ability to move goods, information around the globe. So by studying these historical things, he actually did some field work in the non-Western situation and started a form of ethnography. Another form of ethnography was actually influenced by Gramsci and Foucault. Here, the West, both powerful and powerless, perceive and manipulate symbols and comprehend their positions in the world. How they choose with objects and activities are desirable, and at the same time, how they view the goals of society. This is a Gramscian and Foucauldian model of doing ethnography in the globalization, in the context of globalization. Briefly, I must discuss also Bourdieuan form of ethnography, habitants, and multiple forms of ethnography. A complex ethnography as a part of the complex interplay of social, physical, economic, and communicated actions. Bourdieu did this form of ethnography. Appadurai's form of ethnography based on scapes, ethnoscapes, mediascapes, technoscapes, financscapes, ideoscapes. So in the global structure of each of these, the relationship between them. So ethnoscapes can be equated with all these scapes. All these scapes are, I mean, in this globalized world, we move. I mean, I don't have that time to understand to introduce the ethnoscapes and all those things. But in the globalized world, you need to study all these ethnoscapes, all these scapes, to have the kind of ethnography that can be we can reckon with. Then Philippe Bourgeois, Gramscian, and Philippe Bourgeois is the first major urban ethnographer who worked among the crack dealers of El Barrio. He actually studied on the hegemony and counter hegemony, how the ideas and symbols maintain the control of society. That's important. And his fascinating study of crack dealers of El Barrio is there. You can read that. And of course, lastly, Iwa Ong, another Asian anthropologist. She studied business and political elites in Asia, molding public perception, both the nation and economy. Nowadays, we can also understand how the big business elites can really mold the public perception these days. Images of proper and desirable behaviors that may reflect individuals' economic reality, particularly women. The very famous book is Family Romance of Mandarin Capital. We can create this kind of thing. The Indian Capital. Thank you very much for this opportunity that I have got. Thank you. If you have any questions,
I have a question. Take the map. The benefit of the audience. I have a very small question, like digital abroad. And I'm not an anthropologist, neither by training, but I'm associated with him and so I'm learning something. And today also we have learned a lot on theoretical context. It's a very specific problem which I'm coming across. I got the data from Twitter about farm protests near Delhi. Sometimes people behave, but not exactly they are. Or maybe I might be advocating about electric vehicle, green energy, but I still drive a diesel car. I do a diesel car in the morning. So there is duality. How to handle that principle of duality? How to correct things? Maybe my data might be representing that too. Everyone is talking about green things. Everyone is pro-farmer. But at the end of the day, we have a duality. This is a small question.
Well, there are several ways. I mean, first thing is that question of correct things is a very difficult question. Okay, I mean, what is correct and what is not correct? I mean, in the farm issue, farm protest, what was correct and what was not correct, depending on which side of fence that you are in. As far as electrical vehicle is concerned, I am not debating that driving diesel car is not correct. But correcting one thing needs an action-oriented. And why people actually do the unexpected behavior is part of phenomenological ethnography that I briefly dwelt on. As far as ethnography is concerned, you can actually collect data passively or actively, or whichever way you want to, or both. I mean, not all, and actively. And creating a public opinion on this is part of engaged ethnography. So we have several ways, which, I mean, first thing is that what he says, what is your research question and what is your research goal? If you want to create an opinion in favor of, say, electric vehicles, you need to orient your study in such a way that it should be action oriented in nature, action research, action ethnography. If you want to understand why this strange behavior is there, just understand. You need to have a phenomenological understanding. And if you are not in this case, maybe in farm protest like thing, if you want to be part of this farm protest, you can do that with your, you can engage with the community and research with the community, not on the community. Not on the community. So that's a part of the research plan that you can have. Okay. I guess I could understand, but we can discuss maybe. Yeah.
And take one or two more questions from the audience.
Please fire on.
If we don't have any, then we can just conclude this.
Is there any question from the online listeners, participants?
What is asking online?
Yes, the launch time.
Oh, Professor Baer has some questions.
I know. It's a it's not working, so
It's working now.
hello.
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 Yeah.
Yeah. It's a wonderful presentation. So congratulations, and throughout the presentation, your presentation revolves around with the two terms like participation and observation, right? So, what exactly happens? Supposing when you are seeing something, observing something, what you record is your interpretation of the observation, not the exact way it happened, knowing and understanding, like indigenous knowledge. For example, people perception of their universe, their indigenous knowledge is, like knowing and understanding the details researcher, subjective understanding of the phenomena. When you go to the field, you carry your cultural bag, you try to interpret things in terms of your own ideology, your own value system, and it's very difficult to get away that. So you talk about different kind of ethnography. So the outsider, outsider participant, and the insider. Tomorrow I'm going to address like the auto ethnography. So what is your take on this?
Well, I think that I think that in true order sense, participation is not possible. Completely immersing the community, living like them, is not possible. Maybe we can go to some extent, but normally what we do, we live in a camp, go to the field, and study and come back to the field, come back to the field. Because we need a certain kind of comfort. We actually have that kind of comfort. So, recently I concluded a student's field work where the protest was the lack of attached bath. So that's really a kind of learning experience for me. The expectation of this new generation. So it's not possible. Even I cannot really live with them in their own heart for a very long time. I lived in such situations. Consider the participation in true orders is not possible, and it is not possible from our part. It is not possible from their part. We can actually go with the stream. We can actually go with the stream, see the things, and try to interpret in our own way. And of course, we need to clarify what are the possible bias that may creep in my study, because I must explain the possible biases, possible omissions that can be there. But participant observation is limited to the field, not for 24 hours, but maybe for 16 hours or maybe 16 hours also. It is a myth that is there among the anthropologists or ethnographers. Still with the 16 hours of participation, we produce
the interpretation part. The interpretation.
Interpretation is that if you just study it from outside, you can be very superficial. You may not understand the basic essence of the culture, because as I said during my lecture, that doing ethnography is reading like a foreign manuscript, and in some pages full of ellipses, tendencies, emendations, all those things are there. So you need to have a proper understanding of those things. Only you can have that with participation. Otherwise, you won't be able to interpret it properly. And if you don't comprehend the entire culture, you won't be able to understand what is meant by those cultural practices and all those things. It may look bizarre initially, but it may be part of their own culture. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, if you अपने example you gave about. Hello. Malinowski's work. His research work and diary was contradictory in nature. What it reflects, it also reflects the duality of the researcher and what he produced in the academic field, the research work and his diary. And
diary is 1967 was a landmark year for that matter of ethnography when the diary was published. For the first time, ethnographer, particularly anthropologists, actually became aware of telling truth to the readers, telling true things to the readers. In the diary, it were all negative things about the Argonauts of Western Pacific. So, he until 1967 he was like God of ethnography, should I say. After 1967, he no longer belongs to that point of view. So, of course, we still consider 1922 publication of Argonauts of Western Pacific as a very important publication for ethnography, but we don't consider it as a very true description of the Argonauts of Western Pacific. So academically, it has some historical importance, but as far as academic virtues are concerned, it is considered as a kind of fairy tale how far we're not supposed to. Though Coolering is a very good word. I mean, there was no concealment in that Coolering. There are some omissions in the Coolering. I mean, if you read Coolering, you will see that it's a fascinating description. Circular form of rings, a circular form of train. Academically, it's not, it doesn't hold that kind of position in ethnography and anthropology.
Here on the CA, listening to Professor Bakshi sir. The way he directed about the ethnography, the kind of necessity for ethnography in understanding the issues, and the way he narrated the thick descriptions, cultural descriptions, symbolic meaning of certain things. The way he understood, discuss about the kind of participant observation, participant and participation and also observation. The kind of holistic analysis he explained. It's really very interesting nuance of understanding the society. The society cannot be just studied by asking a few questions and getting answers. What is that called? A thin description of something. Thick description is something different. As cultural descriptions that make understanding from their perspective, simple meanings and also. This is how anthropologists in fact emphasize on ethnography. I don't want to take much time, but I must thank Professor Bakshi for accepting our invitation and giving lecture again. So I just have a token of appreciation. I want to Professor Bakshi sir, can you come again? Just giving a kind of token of appreciation to one moment.
Only got it after the lecture is over.
No,
He was skeptic whether I have completed the lecture or not.
No, actually, there was a missing part. July, apologize for that.
So we should have a lunch break for how many minutes?
Yes, Savana. 30 minutes only. We enjoyed the class for 30 minutes, so we can have sufficient time anyway. 5 minutes here and there we can manage. But try to come part 3. It is already try to come. 5 minutes here and there, okay? Delivered here. You want this PPT or only लिखते वाला किधर how will they थोड़ा लेट आधा घंटा लेट will start आधा घंटा then half an hour will extend होगा
আমি go by
yours is 2 sessions na
no, that is fine.
We'll have lunch.
Everyone.
You have to understand.
Hello everyone. After lunch, packets will be available in the 5th floor. So I would request all of you to head towards the 5th floor.
Left or right side?
Left side or right side?
I remember.
लेकिन सुबह
You are not that easy these days.
5 जो है रिसोर्स पर्सन का
Yeah.
सुबह सर
संबलपुर.
लैपटॉप का
हाँ जी, है. उत्तरा पड़े ना? हाँ. हाँ जी, पड़े.
लाइट करे तो सर रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है इससे बोला
You get that? Huh? Some people are there. এটা রিমোটটা কোথায়? এটা রিমোটটা? এটা বন্ধ কি করতে করবে? এখান থেকে তো? এটা তো? এটা তো বন্ধ হবে তো?
बंद करना है क्या
Okay, start. Good afternoon. Okay, this, yeah, please see. Make sure that your mobile is not ring, huh? Okay? Don't look at the mobile. I will try to teach you some statistics in about 3 hours time. I propose to cover about 2 semester course. So, don't know how far that will be feasible. Let me tell you to start with, what is the time? I mean, 15, yeah. It is now 3:22. Yeah, that's right. Huh? Okay, good. You take 3 hours or more, that is up to you now. Huh? Now it is up to you how long you will take. No. It is, surely depends on the participants and students and things like that. I would, I would guess that at least 2 or 3 basic points you should take back from here. Okay, and some of the things that we do tremendously wrongly is something that I would like to just point out to you. Like for instance, I have no knowledge about about social sciences and anthropology and things like that. Nothing at all. None. So I'm out and out a quantitative person, completely quantitative. Okay. So I'll take you through from that particular perspective. And I have seen, I'm teaching for now, let's say, starting from 1982. So this takes about already 43 years, sir. I mean, more than the age of most of you. I have seen one very important thing. I have seen that probability is a very, very extremely misunderstood subject. There are 3 steps in this. You may not understand probability. I mean, you may be a non-statistician. You may be an unstatistician. Okay, non-statistician means you know that you do not know statistics. You know that you do not understand probability. Okay. Unstatistician means, which is very dangerous, you might think that you know statistics when you really do not. Let me tell you a very simple thing. Suppose, you are on a road, on a highway, where cars travel extremely fast. Okay, the average speed is over 80 kilometers per hour, and many cars may travel at about 110, 120, and things like that. You see a car coming from one direction to another very fast. You decide to run across the road. It will be a good thing. Is it correct? No, not at all. Fine. So suppose 2 people were standing. One decided to run. The car decided to save him and hit the person who was standing. What will happen? Does it mean that the decision of standing was a bad decision? Not at all. But the result was very bad. The person who ran across got saved. Okay. Sometimes you will find, in fact, even now, there are many such things which keep happening, and you should be very careful because you are doing a lot of qualitative study. You will find that a particular institute, let's say Institute A, advertises that they are teaching for entrance exams, IIT exams, or UPSC exams, and things like that. Is very good. Right? Now there is Institute A and Institute B. Institute A says, in the last 1 year, 500 out of my students did get discharged. Okay? Institute B says that 50 people got discharged. Is A better than B? You will see some advertisement. Actually, you will see advertisement which says, okay, here is a class, and in this class you have come from which section? A, sir. You, A, sir. You, A, sir. Okay, let me not ask. Right? Does it mean that A is a good? What do you think? Appears to be correct, right? There was a beautiful joke that I heard. Once Shiva fell sick. So Shiva wanted Nandi and Ringi to go to Earth and figure out a good doctor. So they said that, but we know nothing about the cities and all. We know practically nothing about who a good doctor is and all. How do we find it? Then Shiva said, okay, I'll do one thing. I will give you deposits. So then what will happen? You go to the doctor, and then wherever you go to any doctor's chamber, you will get to know how many people died because of the when they got treated by the doctor. So then they went to the city. Then, I mean, they're quite smart as well. So they asked several different people, so who is a very good doctor? So they did some kind of recce kind of thing and found 4 or 5 names. So these 4 or 5 doctors when they went to, they found that the length of the queue of people who died is very, very long. Then they started going here and there and found one doctor where the queue length was only 2. They caught the doctor, got him to the thing, and found that this doctor treated only 7. Now, notice that your conclusions could be as bad. Now, I did not answer the first question, but I've given you a hint. Why you cannot say simply by looking at the advertisement that A is better. Okay, think about that. I'll ask you this question, and let me tell you that in this class I'll be asking some questions. You are expected to do some work, little bit maybe, think a little bit from a probabilistic perspective, right? And do a couple of exercises if time permits. Let me see. So we will try to see, we will try to understand some basically how to think statistically, how to think from a probabilistic perspective. Okay, how to think from a qualitative perspective. Qualitative study can be very dangerous. A qualitative study, if you do not understand the basic logic behind it, can be very dangerous, because if you go by a number of examples, you can prove practically anything. Let me repeat, if you go by a number of examples, you can prove practically anything, or you can disprove also practically anything. On TV debate, you will never find whether government A is better than government B. You will only find that government A did A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H wrong. And then somebody else will say, but then you have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things wrong. Isn't it? That is exactly how the debate proceeds. It tells you nothing. It tells you nothing, absolutely nothing. So be very careful of how to observe and how to learn. Okay? So let me try to explain to you what. So I'll first try to tell you what is statistics. How do you use statistics in research? I'm assuming that you are carrying out a quantitative research. Okay, so you are observing something, and how do you observe? How before you start even observing, you must frame your question. So I'll teach you how to frame your question. All questions are not answerable. All questions cannot be answered through measurements. There are certain questions which can be, there are certain questions which cannot be. We will try and see that. Then I'll explain to you something like summary measures. You have heard about mean? Huh? What is average?
The sum of all divided by the
Sum
of all items divided by the
number of items. Huh? Okay? Well, now let me give you an example. I'm trying to figure out whether the chair you are sitting on, suppose this is a very cold place, and trying to figure out whether the chair you are sitting on is comfortable or not. Okay? So I measure the temperature of the place where you sit, okay, the base of the chair and the back of the chair, right? Now suppose one temperature is you want a temperature of, let's say, 20 degrees centigrade, which will be comfortable. 20, well, let's say 20. So you find that there is one chair whose base is -80, whose base is -80 and the back is 100 or maybe 120. So -80 plus 120 divided by 2 is 20. Is it a comfortable chair? Does that average make sense? Does that average make sense? It doesn't, isn't it? In fact, the various different measures that we come across, we have looked at them only numerically, but they are not just numeric values. They actually convey something. So there are summary measures like what is average, what is the percentage, what is the standard deviation, how to really measure them. Of course, there's a formula. But we need to understand how to really try to look at them such that they become interpretable. They should be interpretable. They should communicate something. If I tell you that to travel, the average time to travel from this place, from ISI to Shambhajar is 30 minutes. It tells you something. It does not tell you that you have traveled 15 times, taken the actual values, added them and divided by 30, right? Or divided by 15, isn't it? It's not that. That's a way to calculate. Learn to distinguish between them. Well, we'll talk about that. Then we shall talk about some concepts of random variables. It's a bit technical, so let me not discuss much about that. Finally, we'll try and talk about probability and then estimation, hypothesis testing, etc. Many of you would have probably heard about some of these terms, right? How many of you have heard about probability? That's all? Others have not even heard about it, huh? Or you did? Okay. How many of you have heard about things like estimation, hypothesis testing, parameter and all? Oh. I'm not sure whether the number of hands raised really gives me correct figure or not, but anyway, I'll go with the assumption that it's correct. Okay. All right. So with this, let me proceed and let me try and tell you. So let me first try to give you an idea about what is statistics. Let me give you the basic definition. It is a way to collect data, compile data, and come out with some inference out of it. Any data that I collect is collected to answer some question. Okay. Let me give you. I'll show you a number of case studies. Let me give you one simple lesson. You all know. You all have heard about the Swachh Bharat mission.
তার সাথে আমাকে ওই যেখানে আমি লিভার ফাউন্ডেশনে সোজা চলে যাবো না 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 ইউএসজি করলাম তো ইউএসজি টাকাবো
I'm putting it. Sir, this is not full screen. Is that screen mode? It should be put in full screen mode. This is not full screen mode. Full screen. Here it is full screen only. What is it? Full screen.
If anybody can hear me, actually the screen is not readable. If it's possible to share the screen from the streaming laptop, that would be helpful for us to read. Actually, even if it's in full screen, we can't read what is there in the slide.
Sir, can I share this to the online?
You can.
So I need this slide to be submitted.
Then I'll have to email it.
Yes, it's still on. जाना पड़ेगा हाँ
যেটার মধ্যে একটাই আছে এর মধ্যে একটা স্লাইড আপনার আছে আর একটা ডেক আছে যেটাকে ডিলিট করে দিতে হবে সেটা ইমেল আইডিতে পাঠাবো
ISI GRD OFF I CIA official
আছে ठीक है
आज शेयर करेंगे
ISI Giridih official @gmail.com তাই তো দেখুন কেন না না প্রবলেম কিছু আমার হয়নি
টেকনিক্যাল তো
হ্যাঁ
টেকনিক্যাল
ওখান থেকে শেয়ার করে দেখাতে হবে तो बड़ा मुश्किल है लेकिन ये क्लास क्यों ना करते भाई लेकिन क्लासेस से गल्प करले तो मुश्किल है नो प्रॉब्लम जाके काय बोलते हैं मदद से
So anyway, let me carry on. So statistics is a subject where we try to make sure how data will be collected with the purpose. Okay, let me ask you a question which I was just talking about. You all have heard about Swachh Bharat, right? Now in Swachh Bharat, one major objective was to eliminate open defecation.
That was one of the major objectives, right? Now, for that, one is trying to figure out whether it is more important to change behavior of people or whether it is more important to provide toilets. Okay? Here, this is the question. You would have, if you remember, you will remember that there were a lot of TV advertisements by different film personalities and things like that regarding how you should behave. That was more from a behavioral perspective. Okay? And the other approach is to provide more infrastructure, more toilets. Now you are supposed to find out which one is actually more important. How will you go ahead? What data will you find? Okay, this is slightly more complex. Suppose I've been given a task. Actually, I was given a task that what percentage of villages in a particular state is open to education free. How will you find out?
It is terrible.
How will you find out?
Frequency and depth.
You have to first collect data, no? You have to find the frequency of what?
Number of person having access to projects.
You are trying to compare what percentage of villages in a state, has become open defecation free. Okay? You're supposed to find this out. Right? So the answer to this question will be what? What do you want to find out? The percentage of? Hari, why are you going to toilets and all? I'm asking you a straightforward question. Yeah.
Total number of open defecation free villages divided by the total number of.
Okay, good. Total number of open defecation free villages divided by total number of villages. Fine, fair. In order to know that, what do you need to know? You need to figure out whether you need to first of all know what is a village. How to define a village, right? You need to first find that out. You are doing many such things. You are probably using many such data and things like that. Think about PLFS data. They are trying to find out the proportion of people who are employed. What is meant by people being employed? You have to first find out what is a village. It's not too easy to define a village. You define a village in some way and count, you get certain number. Okay. Or say, for example, the government has given you some number, right? Fair enough. But as the boundary is clear, your boundary and my boundary may be different. So first you have to define the number of villages, not a very tough task. Then what else you need to figure out?
Number of households per village.
Why do you have to find out number of households per village? Focus on your question. Question is whether a village is open defecation free or not. How will you find that? What do you need? You go to the village. Yes, right. You go to some sample villages. No doubt about that. Very correct. You go to the sample villages. You may need a thing. You're also right. You may need a list of households so that you can see some sample households and things like that. Those are sampling details. But then what do you really need to find out? You have any proportion. We have a numerator and a denominator. Your denominator is the number of villages. You have defined what is a village and thereby you have counted. So denominator is known. Now the numerator is what?
How can we define a village which is open defecation?
Correct. You need to think about the first principles. Unfortunately, thinking about the first principles has become so difficult. And nowadays, with advent of with advent of AI, we have decided that natural language intelligence is no longer necessary. AI will do everything, right? Now, Now, the point is you need to therefore define what is meant by open definition privilege. It's not very easy to define, isn't it? And that, according to that definition, you should be able to collect some random households and take a call on whether this particular village is open definition free or not. 0 or 1, right? We'll talk about proportions and things like that. So notice that when we talked about এখানে কি করতে হবে এটা দিয়ে কোথায় দিব এটা এবার এইটা So the science of collecting, organizing, interpreting, and reporting data definition is very easy. Definition is deceptive. Definition is deceptive. The science of collecting, organizing, interpreting. So you must start from the interpretation part. What do you want to interpret? And accordingly, you have to collect. Most of there are a large number of studies. You look at this thing. So for example, I'm sure all of you have looked at many psychological studies. After every major election, you will see in this thing. After a couple of months, when the Bihar election will happen in the month of November, after that you will see the circus for about 10-15 days. It's very entertaining. I mean, it is like almost as entertaining as this thing, as IPL and things like that. No less this thing. TRP is very high. Lots of people will keep watching. I mean, who will win, who will lose. And you will find that a lot of different people will keep giving you a lot of figures, right? And all of them are contradicting each other. And surely all cannot be correct at the same time. But all of them are experts. All of them are experts, isn't it? Just a few days back during the last Lok Sabha election, we have seen this samasha quite a lot, right? I mean, how many seats some party can get, how less they can go, and things like that. All sorts of figures. Why? Because I did not collect the data correctly. I did not collect the data correctly. And never have the illusion that when you are collecting the data, you are having like that psychological survey, there are 50 figures, almost all of them wrong. Now your figure is one of them, right? So you have to be very careful about this thing. How do we collect, right? Now here I'll actually we need to go through a few of this thing. I mean the time is too short, but still we'll try to look at a few actual exercises. Hands-on, like just try to formulate the questions. We need to first of all understand that the question should be formulated in a manner such that data can be collected. There must be linkage. You will find that half the cases, half the times you study, the linkage itself is not there. Then many different definitions. This particular slide I'll share with you. There are certain other slides which I will not be able to share with you because I have used certain data which are not purely public data. I think one particular data is purely public data. I'll check that and then see whether I can share that with you or not. And then I'll suggest that you read it, which you won't anyway. But then I'll suggest you a few books which you will download and never read. But let's go forward. So now, what is the relationship between statistics and results? What exactly are we trying to do? I am trying to learn about the society, right? So I must pose certain concrete questions. And I must generalize from a set of specific observations to the whole, right? So it is primarily like this. You have a large set of observations, which is the so-called population and things like that, which we shall define what is really meant by a population. Have you heard the terms samples and populations? Yes. All of you? No one is raising your hand. Only two now. Sorry, the number is decreasing. Yeah? Yes. So you have something but a population. I want to know how many, what percentage of people in the state of West Bengal are unemployed. Okay. Now, of course, I cannot ask everyone. Even if I ask everyone, I will not be able to know. Now, I have asked today, my report will be published after 1 month. I won't know whether at that point of time all of them are employed or not. Some of the persons who were employed might become unemployed, and some of them who were unemployed might become employed. Some of them could even die. Right? So it is impossible for you to see all. Correct? So you will see a small set of them, which is called a sample. So our aim is to generalize from this small set of observations to a large set of observations. Okay? And this is a very difficult task. There are some basic principles which we should be talking about, but you should be careful that generalization. You might be these days. What happens is you are collecting data over phones, over chatbots, over other kinds of things, right? All of them are wrong. All of them are wrong. You should be careful. And this started long back in 1936, when there was an election fought between Roosevelt and a gentleman called Landon. Landon was a Republican thing. Roosevelt was a Democratic. Was in the democracy, right? There was a very famous body called the Literary Digest. They did a large survey. Okay. That survey had 2.4 million respondents. 2.4 million in 1936. Okay, 2.4 million, very large. And a gentleman called Gallup has done a small random sample. Okay, very small random sample. He has taken about 2% of the sample which Literary Digest has taken, and has taken about 20,000. He didn't have much resources, did not have much means and things like that. About 20,000 randomly from the entire United States. But he has taken the sample in a random manner. There is no way else to take the sample. Now, the Literary Digest had a really enviable record. The last 4 times they have predicted the results of the presidential election correctly. So they have got a kind of aura of invincibility. Nowadays also, if you see the Bihar election and things like that, you will find people with an aura of invincibility. Don't fall for that, right? Randomness. There is a famous book by Nassim Nicholas Taleb called "Fooled by Randomness." Fooled by Randomness. It is instructive to read that book. Fooled by Randomness. Now anyway, so Gallup has predicted 2 things. Number 1, much before Literary Digest came out with their answer, he has told what Literary Digest will predict. Literary Digest predicted that Roosevelt will lose by a very large margin, and London will get some 57% or whatever percentage, I don't remember. At least 8, 9 or 10% more votes than this one. And his survey said exactly the opposite. Exactly the opposite. And what happened in the actual election? Actual election, Roosevelt had a landslide. Okay. So, generalizing from a set of specific observations, which is a sample that relates well to usual research. But be very careful. Now, we may have some specific questions. Say, I'll just, বন্ধ করে কি করে আলো জল দিচ্ছি Suppose this is all of you have pen and paper, right? So take out your pen and paper. I will ask you a simple question. So I want to compare 2 things. There is, suppose there are 2 different machines producing certain particular product. Let's say a pen like this. Okay, the product can be good or the product can be bad. I take a product and then I check it and find whether it is good or bad. Right? Can be done. No problem. So machine A, it gives you some percentage. The percentage is, let us say, mu1 is the percentage of and machine B has got mu2, which is percentage of good product. Okay, which machine will be better? Which machine will be better? Mu1 is the percentage of good product produced by machine A. Trivial question. I mean, I'm not asking you any trick question. My objective is not to, put you, to put some tricks and all. B is the machine which produces mu2 percentage of good product. So which machine will be better? Trivial. It depends on mu1 and mu2. So where if mu1 is higher, A is better, yeah? Better if mu1 is greater than mu2, right? And B is better than A if mu2 is greater than mu1. And if mu1 and mu2 are same, then both of them are about equal, right? No problem. How will you find it out? How will you find out which machine is better? You will never get the total product. The machines are producing. You can see up to today. Tomorrow what it will produce, you do not know. Isn't it? Tomorrow, suppose, for example, you can go from here to Shambazar. All of you know Shambazar? All of you are from Kolkata? And many of you are, isn't it? So Shambazar is a place which is about 5.5 kilometers away from the ISI gate. Okay? So suppose you can travel by, let's say, bike, or you can travel by, let's say, car, right? And you know that, the traveling by car will take you, let's say, about 25 minutes. Traveling by bike will take you, let's say, about 20 minutes. But that is so far. So far. Tomorrow what will happen? Who knows? I don't know. So what will I do? I'll do? I will take a sample of this one. I have an assumption in that. I have an assumption. What is the assumption?
That sample is representative of the whole population.
What do you mean by representative? You use the term just now, no? The sample is representative of the whole population. Good. But what is representativeness? For what? Yeah, sure. If you know whether it has the same feature or not, then you know the answer. Why will you collect the sample?
So we can have hypothesis.
You can have hypothesis. Okay. Fine. Your requirement is that you can get the data only up to today. You cannot get data tomorrow onwards. Right? It is impossible. You cannot get data tomorrow onwards. You can get data only up to today. So one major assumption is whatever was the pattern of variation till today will continue to be same tomorrow. Whatever is the pattern of observation till today will continue to be same tomorrow. Only if you can assume this, then the sample can be generalized, otherwise not. Be careful. I am making this statement because of some obvious things. So for example, this mistake, this is an elementary mistake, but made every now and then. You are comparing two societies. Longevity is one important thing to compare, right? So the longevity of me or people of my generation and the longevity of a person who is born yesterday are going to be different. Simply because I am about 66, 67 years older than the person who is being born today. In 60, 65 years, the technology will change. Right? So on the basis of this data, you cannot generalize and say that your longevity will be same as mine. No. No. What it? So be careful. You are generalizing. These are very statistical questions, but at the same time requires you to think. At the same time requires you to think. One basic thing that I would like to communicate is whenever you are carrying out any quantitative study, any quantitative research, you should be careful about the question that you are asking, and you should be careful about the population that you are studying. Got it? There could be many more. Data to know. এটা কোথায়? এটা লোক কি ব্যবহার করে না শুনছি আছে If the lights are on, will you be able to see? Just check. If you're able to see, then I'll carry on with this because it will be. Is this readable? Readable? Yes or no? Last bench? Then you can come forward. Okay, that's a good solution. Rather than changing this, why don't you come forward? There are places, right? Here there is one place, here there is one. Come. So it has become readable. Very good. That's a good solution. No, I will not ask more questions or something. There will be no examination. So, slightly look at that.
It's okay.
So the important point is that in each of the cases, we take a sample and then generalize. Okay. Now, it is very easy to take a sample. But how to take a sample? What to measure? What to measure? How to take a sample? How to ensure that it is random? These are much more intricate questions. Studies fail because of these things. Studies do not fail because of other kinds of issues. Studies fail because they're destined to fail. They're designed to fail primarily. There are some more involved questions. I'm presuming that you will be studying the slides carefully later on. So I'm skipping that. Otherwise, there's no hope of completing any part of that. Now, there is another important point. You have heard about two different kinds of studies. One is called an inductive study and the other is called a deductive study. Have you heard about this? What is the difference between deductive study and inductive study?
One is from example theory, one is from
Good. One is kind of from example to theory. One is not exactly example to theory. When in mathematics, you want to find out what is the area under this curve. So you integrate, right? So you actually move from certain particular cause to an effect. You move from a cause to an effect. If I live a life like this, or if I do some such thing, this thing, for example, I get drenched, I don't take care of my health and all, then I'm liable to fall sick, right? So when there is a set of variables which impacts an entity, so that the entity will finally become something. I may get a disease, I may get a job, I may become unemployed, right, etc., which is the why. Why do we use the letter y? Because typically in mathematics, when I write a function, I write it as fx equal to y. Just from that perspective. So I have some outcome variable and I have some explanatory variables. Clear? I have some outcome variable and I have some explanatory variables. So for example, if I look at what is your take on certain particular political issue, okay, and what is your gender? Which one is likely to be an explanatory variable and which one is likely to be an outcome variable? Okay, similar question. Say my blood pressure and the chance that I will be getting a let's say heart disease after within the next 3 months. Which is an outcome variable and which is an explanatory variable?
Blood pressure is explanatory.
Blood pressure is explanatory, right? Blood pressure is explanatory. All your research will have one or more outcome variables. You want to figure out whether this impacts employment, whether this impacts longevity, whether this impacts return to drugs, whether this impacts whatever, right? So this impact that, this impact that, that is the outcome. These are the explanatory variables. Okay. So for instance, gender and supporting or opposing a political issue. Which one is explanatory and which one is outcome? Gender is probably explanatory, and the whether it support or oppose a particular issue is the outcome, right? Outcome variable is also called a response variable. Please note that. Response and explanatory. Explanatory explains why it happens. Response is a response that you get. This is what you are doing anyway in your research. In any of the research that you are doing, you are definitely doing this. In some form or other, you are trying to figure it out. So it is better that you identify what are your explanatory variables and what are the outcome variables, right? Without that, you will not be able to really do a meaningful research. Now, what happens is, in inductive questions, often so happens that I have observed and why. I have observed a response. I would like to know what could have probably caused. If a speeding truck hits a person, a pedestrian, that pedestrian will probably die. Right? Speeding truck hitting a person. What is the explanatory variable? The speed of the vehicle. The speed of the vehicle. Possibly the momentum of the vehicle. Larger speed, higher weight will lead to higher momentum. Higher momentum will lead to higher injury and therefore probably death. Right? And the outcome is whether the person is dying or is grievously injured or survived. Alright? Clear between explanatory and this one? Now you are finding that there are so many different deaths on the road. What caused it? Is it due to speeding trucks? Is it due to potholed roads? Is it due to my inability to take them to trauma care center in this thing? Right? This is an inductive question. Are you understanding the difference between these two? Between the inductive question and the deductive question? Research is mostly inductive. Inductive questions are difficult in the sense that an inductive thing can never be proven. It has to be looked at from a probabilistic perspective. Because there is I'm observing a why, right? I am observing a why, and I am trying to theorize possible reasons for why. X1, X2, X3, and things like that, right? So that I can formulate policy. Your qualitative research that you do is primarily for policy formulation, and you are trying to get into evidence-based policy, isn't it? Huh? So you need to identify X and Y, but in reality, you will not be in a engineering kind of scenario where you can experiment. You can change your X's and see what happens to Y. That will be what kind of study? Inductive or deductive. In physics lab, I change X1, X2, X3 to see what happens to Y. It is deductive. Okay? But in a social setup, you observe Y and check this thing. In order to see the effect of drug, you cannot say that I will take a sample and ask these 50 people to smoke heroin and see what happens to them, right? Can you do that? Huh? You can't, isn't it? Huh? Or, crime will be even more dangerous. You can't say that these guys should create, actually commit some crime and then let's see what happens. Right? Possibly, it is not possible to do it. You cannot do this, right? So you have to observe Y only and come back to X. Now the problem of whenever you observe Y and come back to X, there is a dilemma. What could be the reason? One person has given a fantastic example. A policeman was on beat, and the policeman has seen that a particular person has broken the window of a particular house, jumped out, and had a bag on his wrist, right? So the policeman ran and caught the person. And said, if the policeman was obviously thinking that this guy is the thief. After he was caught, this guy said, no, this is my own house. But inside there was a breakage, gas leak has happened, and my door got stuck. Possible? Got it? So notice that, inductive logic can often be due to this. This is not an often kind of question. This is a bit of exaggeration, but just to make the point clear. So you need to understand that in inductive learning, we try to learn about the causes by looking at the effect. I am not in an experimentation. I find out how does the cause impact the effect. But here I look at the effect and try to find out what is the cause. You go to a doctor. Maybe I got a fever. The fever could happen due to many reasons. Isn't it? It's an inductive problem or a deductive problem. The doctor has an inductive problem or a deductive problem. I go to a doctor. I have some symptoms. Now the doctor will have to diagnose the cause. Isn't it? I have a chest pain. The chest pain could be due to a problem with my heart. The chest pain could be due to some other thing. Let's say indigestion, right? There are different reasons. The doctor will have to theorize the reason. Correct? Is this an inductive problem or a deductive problem? Inductive. Inductive problem. Inductive. So notice that. Yeah. Online courses, at least for me, very interesting. I have been teaching like this for so many years. Then suddenly in 2020, I have to take class in this one. Now see, there are film actors and there are stage actors. The stage actors have their audience in front of them. The stage actors can see how the audience is reacting. The film actor does not bother about that. I have been a stage actor all the time. Suddenly I have been told now become a film actor. Now I was trying to teach and nothing is visible. Only this one. I don't know whether the person on the other side is sleeping or this thing. I guess most of them are sleeping anyway. Because later on, even basic questions most people cannot answer. So from that time onward, life has become very challenging. So now anyway, it's good that I have got quite a lot of sick people in front of me. So you have understood the difference between inductive and deductive testing. You have understood the question of generalization, sample and population. I didn't define population as yet. I'll define it shortly. Another important point, the representation point, I need to touch upon a little bit. Whenever you take a sample, you must make sure that the sample is a random sample. You heard about this term, random sample? What is it? What is a random sample? Every sample has a chance has a known chance. That is called a probability sample. Very good. Good. So I agree with your answer. Good. So you will have a set of entities whom you are observing. That entire set of entities is called what? Population. Okay. Population is a very difficult thing to understand in many cases. But anyway, as we go forward, we'll understand. And you have already understood that in many cases, a population will not be observed. A complete population in many cases will not be observed. Okay. So how to observe that? I have told that past and present should not differ much. I have given a couple of examples. Now the set of individuals who are already there, from them you will be choosing some with known probability. Okay. The simplest is with equal probability. That is called a simple random sample. That is called a simple random sample, right? So make sure that you have identified the population and then make sure that you have got a list of them, and then you should choose individuals from that particular list, which is called a frame. The list of all individuals is called a frame. Okay. You will be choosing from them such that the probability of selection is known. Okay. What is a frame? What is a frame? I have just used the word frame. What is it? List of all
all the units in the section.
All the units not in the sample, in the population. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Suppose you are doing a exit poll. Suppose you are doing an exit poll for, let's say, this particular area, this assembly constituency where you are sitting right now, is called the Baranagar assembly constituency. It has about 2.75 lakh voters. Okay. What is your frame and how will you get it? You will get it from the voter list. Very good. You will get it from the voter list. The election commission publishes the voter list. Okay, election commission publishes the voter list. So you will get it from there. How will you choose a random sample? You have got a list. You have answered the question that everything should have a probability, known probability.
First, we can
Huh?
the first one, we can take differential to the next. 1, 10.
Okay, systematic sampling. Fine, very good, possible. Okay. Okay, suppose she says take a systematic sample. What is a systematic sample? You take, let us say, one random observation from every from the past 100 and then every 100 you take. Right? That's what is a systematic sample. Or you could have an entire list and randomly select 100 observations. Right? Okay, fine, fair enough. Can you use this for the exit poll? All of you know what is an exit poll, right? I hope this circus is quite well known and therefore all of you are aware of what is an exit poll, right? What is an exit poll? Of course, many of you may not be interested much in politics. It is so useless. Maybe. Okay, for your respect, exit poll is for those people who have voted and you are taking their feedback when they are coming out of the polling station. That is why it's called an exit poll. And remember that all the persons may not. In West Bengal, about 80% of the population votes. Okay. In Bihar, about 56%. Okay. Last Lok Sabha election, it was about 56%. Now you have got the thing, you have got the frame, you understood the frame, you have taken a random sample, all of you have understood the random sample? Can this be a random sample for an exit poll? No. Why not?
Everybody might not.
Everybody might not vote, isn't it? Everybody might not vote. You might not be able to meet the people whosoever is in your sample, right? You have gone to some booth, but that guy has voted somewhere else, right? Possible. So notice that the inductive learning, it is from the effect to cause sometimes the estimation. These problems are of the estimation problems. Okay. And you are seeing that this generalization, the so-called simple generalization, can often be extremely challenging. And exit poll, I'm giving example of exit poll because the error is obvious. The error of the exit poll is obvious. You can see everything. I mean, every year you see many such situations. So these are some of the questions that I will be actually discussing. So provided I have enough time. How much time did I take? 2 hours. So I will increase my speed. If I go at this speed, it will not do. So I'll show you. We have done some study on this one on road accidents and also I'll show you that how to do this thing. So these are some basic things that you have to do, which is define make sure that what you want to study is clear. This is almost platitude. What happened? What did you do? Press. So primarily, yes. Hello. Primarily, you have to identify the response variable that you're going to study. In certain cases, some explanatory variables may be there. In certain cases, you may only look at some entities and try to estimate something, okay, which we shall be showing. In any case, whenever you are taking a random sample, you must be sure about what is your frame, right? And you should be clear that there is nothing like a representative sample. there will be random sample. The random sample is expected to be represented. The random sample will be devoid of any pastoral bias. So you will be taking sample from that perspective, right? These basic steps are clear? And the difference between inductive and deductive problem is clear, right?
So by frame, we are meaning the total population, no?
By frame, we are meaning that the list of all entities in the population. But the frame itself may have many errors. So that is a little bit more involved, so I'm not getting into that right now. Okay, so these things we have seen. Statistics needs to be used with care. Huh? So be very, I mean, it is a kind of two-edged sword. I mean, it is, you will be using very heavy duty this thing, like AK-47 and things like that. Be sure that you can fire properly, right? Don't fire towards yourself. But of course, one great advantage of this kind of work is when you collect a sample and report something, nobody will know whether it is correct or wrong. that is a major advantage or disadvantage. Okay, yeah? So it is the responsibility is on you, right?
समझ गया जी
Okay.
आए क्या करा रही है देखें मैं सुबह से
Have you heard about a problem called the problem of moral hazard? You have heard about what is called information asymmetry? Yes. Huh? If there is information asymmetry, I know something which you do not know, then I can use that to my advantage and cheat you. Right? That is what is called moral hazard. Right? Like, say, for example, I am a doctor and you do not know much about this. So I can tell you, this is what has happened to you. You don't do this, then you don't do, but problem is yours. Right? So you might get testing, you might be afraid and things like that. So when you are doing quantitative research, you have an information asymmetry. You know that your sample is non-random, but I do not know. So don't use that power, all right? Now answer this question. We are trying to assess whether the propensity to support or oppose it is a very simple question. Support or oppose a particular political view depends on gender. So I have carried out a survey covering 1,000 people. This survey, carrying out the survey should be, we must make sure there is a random sample. So I should have a list of people from whom I should be taking whom I will be questioning, right? Standing near a mall and asking whomsoever, some 50 people who came there and asking their opinion is not a random sample. And then I have got this result. So 500 males, 400 of them support, 100 oppose. Females, 250 support, 250 oppose. Right? So does gender and gender and propensity to support related? Is there any impact of gender? Seems to be, isn't it? Provided the sample is random. Provided
there will be a key break, but it is all as per your vision. So when you will need a break, then only we will have to do.
No, they might need a break. It is not me. Huh?
So when we can have a convenient time. So
I do not have information asymmetry, but surely power asymmetry. So I don't want to utilize that.
So people decide that we will have the tea break, otherwise after this session.
This session will not end easily. So you have to decide whether tea is more interesting or the session is okay. Up to you. Okay, I will just do this one in 5 minutes. Huh? So you are what are you claiming from this? Assuming that it's a random sample. Assuming that it's a random sample. What does it appear to be?
Gender has impact on possible.
And why did you claim that? Why did you claim that? What did you see? What did you see? You've seen a slide. What did you see in this slide? Why did you conclude that gender has an impact? What did you see? How did you see? How are you concluding? What did you see? You've seen the movie Pink? Huh? In Pink, the girlfriend, what did you say? What did you say that you do not want this, isn't it? I'm asking similarly, what did you see to say that gender has an impact? Hmm? Why? Which number? Suppose this number, because 400 is greater than 250. Is this not important? Suppose it is not there, then suppose these two are not there. Only this is there, then you haven't seen only 400 and thing. Isn't it? If the other two columns were not there, then only 400 and 250 would not have led to any confusion. Right? So what did you see? Not so difficult. You need a tea now. Okay, have your tea, think about it, but I want this answer.
There are number of male and female.
There are equal number of male and female.
Among them, proposals from male are more than the female.
Therefore, what did you see? You have seen two very concrete numbers. Give me those two numbers. That is there in the back of your mind.
650, 1000.
650,
650 and 1000.
650 is that? Too complex. It is you have seen. Let me tell you. Okay, I was ideally speaking. I want you to answer this. You have seen that 80% of the males in your sample support and 50% of the females support. 80% and 50%. Sample size is fairly large. So therefore 80 and 50 seems to be different. So what did you see? You have seen this. What is this percentage? Let me now, just go to one very simple thing. Suppose Xi is equal to 1 if male support is for male. Okay? 1 if support, 0 otherwise. And yi is for females. Okay? This is 1 if support and 0 otherwise. Okay? And now I'm making things a little complex for you. Little complex, but not big. Now notice that sigma xi divided by 500 is equal to how much? Not so all that difficult. 400. It is sigma is divided by 500. So how much? Hey, give them tea. Minimum. All of you take 2 cups of tea before. If you cannot even answer this, then strong black coffee will be better. I don't know if you can supply that. This is 0.8, 80%, right? And the other one is 0.5. So notice that. Okay, now I am introducing a term. I expected that without the term, at least you will be able to tell this thing. The conditional average of male supporting is 80%, and the conditional average of female supporting is 50%. Now I'm going one step beyond this thing, beyond average. I'm using a term called conditional average. What is the overall average? Out of total, let's say 1,000 people, 650 support. So if I pick up anyone at random, and assuming that males and females are about equal, then the chance that the person whom I picked up at random will support is how much? 65%. Isn't it? For male, it goes up to shoots up to 80%, and for females, it goes down to 50%. Right? This is called conditional average. Are you clear? Conditional average. Okay. So for example, if I say that typically females live longer than males, what does it mean? Look at it from the perspective of average. This is a very important point that you need to understand. You need to understand this conditionality. In fact, in science, you are actually looking at conditional averages, conditional proportions, and like that. So if you say that, if you say that usually on the average doesn't mean everybody. On the average means when you take a large mass. If you say on the average females live longer than males, that would mean that the conditional average of age and death of adult males is less than the conditional average of age and death of females. Right? Right? These are very elegant things. Look simple, deceptively simple. They are not simple, they are elegant. Did you understand? Conditional average? Yes or no? Your face tells me that you haven't. Once more after tea. Chalo, let us break and think about it during tea. Come.
মানে আজকের একটাই কি এটা দুটো ব্যবস্থা ছিল দুটো কমিশনে একটা 50% ফ্রি তাই নিয়ে কমিশন হবে হ্যাঁ
Swami? Purta benagi. Now purta benagi. Hello, let us start. Hello. We have only 45 minutes. Huh? So you have understood what is the meaning of conditional average, right? Hello.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, you can just simply extend. You can find what is the meaning of conditional probability. Conditional probability. What will conditional probability mean? I'm looking at some event. I'll define what is an event, but for the time being, I mean, just take a commonsensical approach to event. Something happening. Okay, this party will win. It's an event or lose, right? You will pass this exam or not, right? You will get marks between 60 to 8. You will get marks less than 60. These are all events, right? So when I see a population, when I look at a population and find out proportion of certain particular event, how many people got more than 80%? How many people got more than 80%, right? So this percentage, the percentage of people getting more than 80% in a random sample, which is fairly large, will give me an idea about the probability of people getting more than 80%. Okay. Now, if I say that I am looking at a particular university examination, and under this university there are 5 columns, right? Now I'm trying to find out what is the percentage of people who get more than 80% in some subject, given that they have come from college 1. That is what kind of probability is that? That is the conditional probability, right? Now, in your quantitative research, one thing you must understand: if an explanatory variable is important, then if you change the explanatory variable, the conditional average or the conditional probability will change. Can you write this statement? Let me repeat. If an explanatory variable is important, then as it changes, the conditional probability of y or conditional average of y will change. Conditional probability or conditional average of y will change. Now, how many of you can repeat this statement without memorizing from your heart? How many of you can do that? Don't try to memorize. Well, don't try to memorize. It's obvious. Let me give you an example. Suppose I say that you are driving on a highway. Okay? You are driving on a highway which is fast. You typically drive on 100, 110, 120 and so on. If there is a collision, the chance of death is high. Right? Now you say that if you wear a seat belt, then your chance of survival will increase. Okay? Express this as a conditional probability. Make this statement as a conditional probability statement. Chance of survival. Chance of survival given that you are wearing seat belt. That is the conditional probability of survival given seat belt. And chance of survival given that you are not wearing seat belt. Okay? Now note that chance of survival given that you are wearing seat belt should be substantially higher than the chance of survival if you are not wearing seat belt. Right? If it is not true, then we cannot say that wearing seat belt really increases survival rate. Right? Now just let me repeat this question differently. Suppose she is one person who is driving on a highway and she is another. The dress is different. The dress is different for her and for her. Okay, both of them are driving same speed, right? Now, in case, I don't mean you, that's unfortunately, that's as an example. In case there is a clash or something, okay, do you expect that the chance of survival will differ because the dress is different? No. Remember this. Whenever an explanatory dress is not an important explanatory variable, wearing seatbelt is an important thing. Understood the difference? Very important. This simple table explains to you what is the meaning of a conditional probability. Whenever you are looking at any qualitative study where you wish to conclude that if such and such thing happens, then this particular thing, this particular community is more progressive or whatever it is, right? Or more gender sensitive or whatever, right? So you are actually trying to look at one or more explanatory variables, and you are trying to figure out whether that explanatory variable has an impact on the what is the other kind of variable? Don't look at your thing. You all can read. Outcome variable. Outcome variable. What is another name for outcome variable? Response variable. Very good. Huh? Good. So at the end of the day, you are learning something. Huh? Remember it. Huh? I will not come back again, so I cannot take any exam for you. Exam actually, exam is more to saying more to kind of understand what you do not know. One of my friends often used to say, "You don't know what you don't know until you know you did not know it." See, this is not an easy thing. You don't know what you don't know until you know you did not know it. You know, the difficulty is these days you collect so much data, chatbots and all are there, collect all that sample and things like that. Then there are so many different packages, run some models and all of that, and come out with some numbers and say that this is gospel truth. Right? This is nowhere near perfect gospel, nowhere near truth at all. So you should be careful about that. One of my friends also used to tell that, I mean, in our days, there was a term, calculated risk. So he used to often say that be very careful. Whenever people say that there is a calculated risk, probably there is no calculation. So be careful about what happens. There's so much platitude goes in this thing. So this table, your understanding, you will typically put a table like this. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to explain this table. Putting it in terms of such tables, these are called two-way tables, is enormously powerful. And there are many ways to look at this, but for the time being, I just look at it like this. On the first column, you will be writing the explanatory variable. Okay, you will get it. Don't have to take pictures and all. Okay, you will get it. This I promised you that this I will be giving you, so I will give you. Here there will be explanatory variable. Okay, and this will be the outcome variable. I have taken a very simple case when the outcome variable is 0, 1. Now the outcome variable may be a continuous variable, right? Group it into a few groups. Like how much marks do you get? It's not 0, 1. You may say less than 25, 25 to 40, 40 to this thing like that, right? Divide into groups and construct the table, right? And then find out these proportions. This proportion, this divided by this gives you what? What does it give you? 400 by 500 gives you what? Conditional probability. You learn to understand what you are computing. You have to understand what you are computing. You are computing the conditional probability of support given the gender is male. Right? And in case the conditional probability given male and female are different, gender is important. Otherwise not. Got it? Suppose you are trying to find out whether a judicial system is fair or not, or whether a judicial system has a racial bias. So you are trying to look at, let us say, the people who were sentence for days. And you're trying to classify them with respect to their gender, whether they're blacks or whether they're Hispanics or whether they're native person, whites and things like that, right? What is the explanatory variable? Construct a table like this. I'll give you 5 minutes. Construct a table like this. And instead of the numbers, write N1, N2 and like. Do it. And then tell me how will you figure out whether there is a racial bias or not. Question is, I want you to figure out on the basis of judicial records whether you have reasons to believe that there is a racial bias in the justice system. Okay? And I am defining racial bias as whether if the race changes, there are 3 races, blacks, Hispanic and whites. Okay? Blacks, Hispanic, whites. Right? And I am trying to figure out whether a person who is charged for this homicide, whether a person who is charged for homicide is awarded a death sentence or not, 0 or 1. Right? So identify the response and explanatory variable, construct a table, and tell me how will you find out whether there is racial bias or not. Instead of these numbers, put N1, N2 and so on. Okay? Now I put the timer on. Start. Your time starts now. I give you 5 minutes. You can consult. I have nothing against this thing. Cooperation. হ্যাঁ রাত্রে আমি তুমি এই নম্বরে ফোন করে বুঝে পাবো ঠিক আছে good. It should not take more than a couple of minutes. Done. Done. Okay. ठीक है correct my destination. Good. Right. Okay. Good. So most of you have done. So it is pretty easy. 4 minutes. So I'll close now. Okay. All of you have done, isn't it? Anybody who could not do? Anybody who could not do? Only 2 of you. Okay, no problem. So what is the explanatory variable? It is. What are the possible values of the explanatory variable? Black, Hispanic, white. Okay. Then death penalty. Yeah? Yes and no. Is it readable? Become a little small. So you have some numbers. Let us say N11, N12, N21, N22, N31, N32. Okay? These are the numbers, whatever number it is. All right. So you have totals. Totals are, let us say N1 dot, N2 dot, N3 dot. Okay? Clear? So it means that you have seen N1 dot number of black defendants who were charged for homicide, right? And out of that N1 dot, N11 were awarded death penalty. Right? This is some number. N11, N12, etc. some number. So what is the conditional probability of being awarded death penalty when you are black? N11 by N1 dot. When you are Hispanic, N21 by N2 dot. And when you are white, N31 by N3 dot. Right? If this one, if gender does have an impact, then probably these ratios will vary. These probabilities will vary. If it does not vary, then there could be reasons to believe that there is not much, there is no discrimination. Plain and simple. Right? Here? Clear to all of you. There is a Google in this question. I don't know whether that Google should be tried right now or not. Okay, later on. Let's see. Up to this is very straightforward. Anyway, right now you will learn up to this. Okay, let's see. Kill it. This example is this slightly more complex example in the sense that it is the previous one was conditional probability example. This should be conditional average example. This should be conditional average. Okay. But I think you are getting the basic idea. Obviously it is not possible in such a short time to understand the whole thing. Now there is one very, very important point. This is called there are some pillars of statistical wisdom. And the first pillar of wisdom is you observe at an individual level, but learn at a global level. Observe at individual level, but learn at a gross level, in terms of the state. Like what? Like, so for example, you have found that the proportion of males who support the a particular thing, a particular political philosophy or things like that is 80%. That means 20% males do not support. Isn't it? So any one male who is picked up may support or may not support. 20% of them will not support anyway. Right? The same for females is 50-50. Right? Now this percentage did not come from one individual. When you look at one individual, that one individual is either 0 or 1. Either that person, he or she supports or does not. Right? So you observe at individuals. Choose the individuals from a population at random. Put them together. Construct an overall value. Right? And learn on the basis of that overall value. Right? That value is called a summary measure. That value is called a summary measure. In fact, if that value was known for the entire population, which I won't know, because the population in most cases is infinite, and so therefore it is not possible for me to look at the entire population, right? However, if I would have known the value for the entire population, I would have got a value for a parameter. Point clear? You need to find out some summary value. You will learn about a set of people by looking at the entire set. So the characteristic is for a set. Characteristic is not for individuals. Characteristic is for a set. Like if you say that Japanese people tend to live longer than, let us say, Indians. Okay? It's a set characteristic. It is not individual set. It does not mean that if you choose a Japanese person, a Japanese adult, and an Indian adult, it is definitely true that the Japanese adult will outlive the Indian adult. No, that's not being stated. It is being stated that possibly the median of the Japanese, age of death, Japanese adult, is higher than that of Indians, right? So when you compare, when you learn about a number of people, you learn about a number of people for a set, right? If you drive like this, it is riskier. Meaning that more people will probably get into an accident if they drive like this. If you live your life like this, then you are more likely to fall sick, right? But it does not mean that everybody will fall sick. So therefore, be very, very careful about examples. Example proves nothing. Examples prove nothing. Unfortunately, we have made it a situation where we always try to give examples. If somebody gives 4 examples, it only means that that guy has seen 4 such cases. Maybe you have seen 2. It does not mean that the 4 will prevail over 2. That is something to be very careful about. Got it? Are you clear about this? So you learn these things: proportions, rates, averages, medians, percentiles, variances, and standard deviations. These are compiled values. There are many more, but these are the main ones. Out of this, I guess you will be knowing more all of them, excepting probably percentage. Are all of you are clear about all these things? Proportions, rates, averages, medians, percentage, variances, and standard deviations. Variances and standard deviations about the same anyway. Anybody who does not know? If you do not know, you feel free. Be frank. Okay, says.
Some confusion in percentile.
Percentile is the PS percentile. Okay, let me explain in simple terms. You have a suppose you are looking at marks obtained by students in some particular subject. Okay, So you look at students, many students, right? Now you will say 95th percentile is that value. 95th percentile doesn't mean 95 marks. 95th percentile could be 5 also, could be 37, could be 52, whatever. 95th percentile is such a mark such that 95% of the people will be below that and 5% will be above that. Got it? The very formal definition is a little bit more complex, so I'm not getting into this. This definition will suffice to understand. So you have heard about percentage score. So in a class there are 200 students. I look at the percentage score. If you fall on the 95th percentile, that means below you there are 190 people or 189 people, and above you are 10, right? Now this marks is not 95%. Marks could be even 3%. Maybe the paper was so tough that even getting more than 0 is difficult. You have got 5 marks and you have done a great job. Okay, that's also possible. Not impossible at all, right? So percentile and percentage are different. Be very careful about that. Percentage and percentile are two different things altogether, right? Percentile in some sense gives an idea about risk. In some sense, percentile has got something to do with probability. Like, say, for example, you say that I need to go from here to the airport to catch a flight. Okay, and I want to reach in time so that I can catch the flight. Right? So you look at the 95th percentile. You look at the 95th percentile. If you look at the 95th percentile and go accordingly, start accordingly, in what percentage of cases you will miss the flight? 5% cases, right? Are you understanding this point? Percentile can be directly translated into risk. So sometimes when you are comparing two populations, you may try to look at percentage rather than averages. Suppose, for example, you are trying to figure out some impact of some policy, and you are trying to figure out the impact of, let's say, some policy on extreme poverty. So you may not look at the median or this thing. You may look at the 10%. What is the income of the 10% poorest individuals? Got it? But please remember the statement which I made just a little while back. You learn at the aggregate. And this aggregate learning comes from the summary measures. These are the summary measures. Okay? So you will have to choose which summary measure actually is applicable for what. Got it? Comfortable or not comfortable? It is becoming complex now. Okay, at the fag end of the day, so with a lot of lecture in the morning, then a lot of statistics after this thing, in between heavy lunch, very difficult, right? No doubt about that. Huh? It is surprising that not many of you have slept. This is really very appreciative of your ability to stay and say, hey, that time. So, okay, so let me read you would say. Function of the sample observation. Okay, a summary measure is all right. Okay. Average. Okay, then percentage. Okay, variance. Median. Okay. Okay. What is the median? What does it mean? Median value means what? Okay, if I say that median is a percentage, what percentage will it be? 58%. And what is the definition of percentage? That's the definition of median. I am asking definition of percentage. PH percentile is such that 100% of the population will be below 100 into 1 minus P percent will be above. That is a percentage. Okay. Now suppose you want to find out, you are trying to compare the timeliness of two trains. You are trying to compare the timeliness of two trains. I am trying to measure the timeliness in terms of how much it varies. Some trains could someday be on time, someday could come even 5-6 minutes early, someday it could be even 4-5 hours. So I have little confidence on when it will arrive. I just have no idea. It could come on time, it could come on this thing, so I can't really plan it. Right? There are two such things, A and B. You want to compare their performance. What summary measure will you use?
The average and standard deviation.
Average and standard deviation. Yes. Standard deviation will, how many of you know what is the standard deviation? At that time, all of you said that you know the, or when I asked you how many of you know, you have not responded. So I went ahead with the bold assumption that you know. You know what is the standard deviation?
Mean time.
It is the root mean squared deviation. Root mean squared deviation is the standard deviation. Standard deviation is measured as 1 upon n minus 1. Why n minus 1 is, don't ask me that question right now. That will take us to another discussion which I don't want to get into right now. Somehow, it is of course a sample standard deviation. So what is this? Fit it as n. So this is deviation from the mean. X bar is the average. Deviation of the mean, I square it, divide by n. So this becomes a standard deviation. Average of the square deviation from the mean and take square root. If I don't take the square root, it's called variance. You can understand that if all the xi's are about the same, then all of them will be close to x bar, and therefore the standard deviation will practically vanish. Right? So smaller the standard deviation, smaller is the variation. Here, smaller the standard deviation, smaller is the variation. Larger the standard deviation, larger is the variation. Here, so you may sometimes like to know some percentage. You may like to compare percentage. Sometimes you may like to compare averages. Sometimes medians. Sometimes standard deviations. Okay. Whichever you want to compare, that is characteristic of your response value. That is characteristic of your response value. Now you need to find out how does this characteristic, this summary measure, how does it change as the explanatory variables change. So accordingly, you will be finding out the conditional proportions, conditional averages, conditional percentile, conditional standard deviations, and like that, right? And you will construct a table as I've shown you, right? And then compare them, right? Are you getting the basic thing clear? And if you see, as the explanatory variable change, the conditional variance, conditional percentile, conditional median, conditional proportion, which is actually conditional probability, if they keep changing, then this variable is important. Got it? This is from one variable perspective. It can be easily extended to multiple variables. And in fact, this analysis is the starting point of a regression analysis. Regression analysis is nothing but analysis of study of conditional averages and various kinds of conditional summary measures. This is the machine learning, etc., that you will be probably learning about. I don't know in this course or not. Are essentially looking at things from this conditional perspective. Okay, that is what is the basic statistical learning. Okay. Have you understood up to this? Very clear? Can you apply it in your real life? When you actually collect data and all. When you actually collect data, you will see that in classroom things seem so easy, but when you actually apply things might become very, very complex. But anyway, I hope at least the basic ideas are there, right? Okay? There are kind of Excel books. One book is by Friedman called Statistics. Okay. If you search, you will get it. He told you Friedman's Statistics is a very, 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 very well known book. Both are very good books. Very good books if you really listen. Got both of them? Hello? Did you get both of them? Okay. Try it. Downloading, as I told, is easy. Reading is not. But anyway. So now let's go to the next chapter. How much time do I have? Oh, only 6 minutes. Huh? Okay. Okay. All things good or bad come in an end. Hello? Why? It is still how many people? What can you talk reducing? এই যে চ্যাপ্টারটা হ্যালো এইটা এই যে স্লাইড গুলো এই স্লাইড গুলো মেল করে দেবেন। আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে। এটা ছাড়া যে বাকি দুটো এক্সাম্পল আছে ওগুলো ডিলিট করে দেবেন। ঠিক আছে। Answer this question.
Recording in progress.
Interesting thing to see. Again, what will you find? You're comparing machine A and machine A and machine B. You're comparing with respect to what? You're comparing it with respect to rate of defects. Isn't it? The average number of defects per square meter, right? Which is rate and proportion both are some kind of averages. Rate and proportion are both some kind of average. So you will be comparing what? If you want to say, if you want to say whether machine A is better or machine B is better. So that means any comparison, what is the explanatory variable here? Defect is what? Is the explanatory variable? Outcome variable. And explanatory? Machine is the explanatory variable. Okay? So you will have to find out what?
Find out outcome.
Outcome variable, what will you find out?
Average defect.
You will find out the conditional. You will find out the conditional average, isn't it? Conditional average number of defects per square meter given machine A and given machine B. If there is difference, then these two are different. If there is no difference, they are same. Now look at them. Are they different?
Yes.
No. Check. Look at the numbers. You have taken 10 samples. You have taken 10 samples, each of 1 square meter. You have taken total 10 square meter. How many defects did you get? 10 in both cases. So the number of defects is same. Average number of defects is same. Okay, fair enough. But does it tell everything? No. What are the other summary measures?
That's calculation A, then there are particles that are defect free.
Oh, there is some answer coming. Sorry, I did not hear you. Yeah, what is it? Carry on, huh? Tell me.
How much in 1 feet numbers are defect free?
How much? Now you have to think from other perspectives. Average is the same. But average may often not, conceal much. There are many cases where average does not reveal much, but rather conceal much. Okay, so you could fall into that kind of a trap. Yes, that is what is happening. See the difference. Try to see the difference.
The ones that are defect free, the amount of samples that are maybe defect free.
I want you to give the answer clearly in terms of the summary measures. I told you right in the beginning, I am out and out in quantitative person. Can you not see the percentile differences? Can you not see the difference of missing variability? In one case, is one defect everywhere. Variability is zero. Variability is zero. Machine B. In machine A, variability is very large. In machine A, it is possible to get 7 defects. You will not be surprised. But in machine B, there is no hope. In machine B, the chance of getting a defective product is practically zero, which is not true for the machine A.
Yeah.
Right? Simple summary measures and conditional summary measures will tell you so much. What is happening? 5:30 in the evening. Time to pack up. Okay. Today's show is over. Time to pack up, right? Unfortunately, we cannot have a show again on tomorrow or the day after. Right? What is so difficult? You are having all your 650. Did not understand? You understood now? Can you see the differences?
Yes, but I didn't understand that how is the machine B better?
I never said machine B is better right now. Huh? Better or worse? Better or worse is. Huh? Yes. Better or worse depends on the definition. How you define? Isn't it? Better or worse depends on the definition. I only wanted to describe now. If you say in machine B, the probability of getting lesser defect than A is fairly high. You can compute that, right? But in machine B, you will practically never get defect-free products. No. Machine A can give you both defect-free product as well as very defective product, right? Now the question is, what exactly do you want? Most probably machine B will be preferable, most probably, but it depends on the business scenario. I only wanted you to see that merely computing the average is not enough. And I also wanted you to see that looking at a number of summary measures, like not only averages but percentiles and standard deviations, this gives you a much better insight about the population. Okay? Now, of course, it is true that you need to look at a number of examples and see how exactly to explain and interpret data. So I'll just try and see. I'll just introduce the concept of random variables and population. How long can you withstand? Your degree of this thing is over or not yet over?
Can we balance another 15-20 minutes?
Really? Whether the ESS were coming half-hearted, quarter-hearted, or not, I didn't understand. But anyway, what will you do? Yes, okay. From online side also I've got good. That's quite an encouragement. So these variables which you are seeing, like how many defects are there on a cloth, on a piece of cloth, right? Or how many accidents have taken place, or something like that, right? Those kinds of variables are called random variables. In a random variable is the most important construct in entire machine learning, statistics, and all these things. You will everywhere be coming across random variables. So what is that? Let's understand. So, I mean, there are certain experiments. It could be a business work. It could be a scientific experiment. You take a flight to go from here to Delhi. Okay. You travel from here to some place, right? Or whatever. When will this class end? Now it is 5:34 and some. Will it take another 11 minutes? 11 minutes, 33 seconds, 15 minutes? Who knows? Even I do not know, right? Random variable. So there is something happening. There's something happening. This thing which is happening is called an experiment, and it is random because I really do not know what will happen to this particular experiment. What will happen to this particular experiment is unknown, right? Are you getting this point? Say a credit card transaction has taken place. It could be a genuine transaction or a fraudulent transaction. I do not know. Only after that transaction is completed, I will get to know, right? Not before that. Nothing. So a random experiment is characterized by a thing that its outcome, I know the set of all possible outcomes. I know that a transaction will be either genuine or fraudulent. I know that if you write an exam, you will either pass or fail. Right? I know that if you go from here to, let us say, to the guest house or to wherever, it will take some time greater than 0. Right? So I know all possible directions. And I also have an idea about the probability. Right? I know that the chance that, if I go from here to Shamajar, so the chance that it will take more than, let's say, 1 hour is possibly less than 5%. But I do not know if I really take a bus now and go to Shamajar, how long exactly I will take. I don't know that. It will be known only after. So this kind of a variable, whose exact value that will happen is unknown, but the entire set of values is known, the range is known, and the probabilities are known. That is called a random variable. Okay. So the probabilities, of course, will not be known exactly, in an inductive study, we want to find out the probability distribution. Okay, so random variable, you have got the idea? What is the random variable? Random variable is a result of something you are doing practically. Something you're doing practically. Some work is going on. It is typically a work which will happen in a repetitive manner. That is why the question of a probability distribution will come. If it happens only once, then the question of probability distribution does not come. Lots of students are writing exams. A business house is making lots of bids. In a society, there are lots of people who are who are born, who are dying at some age or something like that. Lots of people who are trying for jobs, some are getting, some are not getting. Right? So these are repetitive things. As I observe for a particular individual, I get a particular value. Right? And that value is a random value. I do not know the outcome of that value before it happens. Once it happens, it becomes data. It does not change. If you change it, it's for manipulation. Okay, so you can't change the past. When a data is passed, it has happened. So random variable take value from a predefined set and has a pattern of variation. Pattern of variation means probability. Pattern of variation means I know the probability. The random variable takes this set of values. Out of this set of values, any set of values that it takes, any subset is called an event, and it has a probability. If I know the probability of all these events, then I know the probability distribution. Is it clear? Really? Well, I'll be really pleasantly surprised if it is clear. Right, sir? Just note down. Random. By pattern of variation, I mean the probability distribution of a random variable. And what is the probability distribution? Probability distribution is all possible values of random variable is called its sample space. This is all written, but still I'm telling you, all possible values of a random variable is called its sample space. Right? Like if you roll dice, you can get values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the possible values. Right? So sample space is the set of all these values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know all possible values. Right? Now the all possible values will have a probability attached to it. Some dice may be a fair dice. So probability of 1, 2, 3, all of them will be 1 by 6. Some may be loaded. Maybe probability of 1 is 1/3. Probability of 2 is 1 by 10 and like that. Right? Okay. So if I know the probability of any value in the sample space or any subset, then I know the probability distribution or the pattern of variation. So you write it in simple terms. You should know the range. You should know the range of values of the random variable. You should know the sample space, which is all possible values of the random variable. Okay, range in some sense gives all possible values. Sample space is the set of all possible values. Okay, and you should be able to find out the probability of any event, where an event is a subset of the sample space. Is it understood? Event is a subset of the sample space. Let me just give you an example. It may take a little more than 15 minutes, as it seems to me down. So you're rolling a dice. So you can get values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So you have an event, P1. P1 is an event that it takes values 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. Or you may have an event E2. It takes odd values 1, 3, 5. Okay. So like this, there can be many different events. Right? If I can find out the probability of all events, then I know the probability distribution or the pattern of deviation. Is it clear now? Hopefully clear. Okay. Why are we doing all of this? We are doing all of this because we want to find out, we want to somehow connect my final result of experiment with the summary value and with the probability distribution. Once we know the probability distribution, we can estimate the summary measures. Even from a sample, we can estimate the summary measures. So once we estimate the summary measures and once we know the probability distribution, then we will know how does the population change as the explanatory variable change. Okay. This is slightly complex. This is slightly complex. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to explain it right now. But just note it down and read this book called Statistics. There is another book which I'm not remembering right now. I'll share it with this thing and then maybe we can send a mail to you. If you read that, you'll have a reasonable understanding of it. So I mean, just read up this the example. So one of the primary goals, there are two goals primarily. One is to understand some summary measures and the other is to understand the pattern of variation. If I understand the pattern of variation and the summary measure, then we can actually assess many risks. We can compare, we can do many things in that. Okay. So understanding the random variable along with probability distribution is same as understanding the population. Like say for example, just to give you an example. Suppose you are working in an insurance company. The insurance company, when it insures somebody for some disease, let us say, the insurance company will have to charge you some premium. Isn't it? So the insurance company, depending on your age, depending on your gender, depending on your physical characteristics, depending on your genetics, like what happened to your parents and things like that, will have to take a call on what will be your probability distribution. What is the chance that you will actually make a claim? The lower the chance, lower will be your premium. Higher the chance, higher will be your premium. Isn't it? So in business, in research, and all of that, whenever you are actually doing some work, you need to understand the probability distribution. Okay? Up to this understanding if you have, and if you can construct those tables, then you can go quite a bit forward. So now we come to consider probability models and all. I think I'll skip this. I'll stop at this. You read this. This is very much unrealistic and unfair expectation from you to read and understand probability models on your own. But I'll still expect that. I will give you one reference. That book is difficult. That book is difficult except for the first chapter. Okay. I'm not remembering the exact name of the name of the book is probability. The name of the author I'm not remembering exactly. I'll give the reference then. Rachel will, I think, circulate to you. It is available in the public domain. So download which you will do, read which you won't do. If at least 5 of you do, then I will consider this lecture to be reasonably successful. Okay? So take care. See you. I don't know whether I'll be again seeing you when, but I will definitely share the name of a couple of books, more books. Okay? So I close my case and I do not know whether you will have any question right now. I think the only question will be, will you stop now? All right. See you then. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. এইটাই খালি পাঠাবেন ভাই হ্যালো এটা সবাইকে পাঠিয়ে
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Amita Bandhavadar, for the wonderful lecture. We are very sorry that we could not give you any more time for our participants to better understand about the basic probability and hypothesis testing. We are constrained by time and that to post-launch session is very difficult, I understand. So actually, very sorry for that, even participants they were really insane. And they wanted to really extract many more things. They had, of course, I know that they had many doubts, but due to time paucity, you cannot, give space for everyone. But anyway, thank you very much that within even 1 to 2 hours time, you could manage to give us some basic understandings about basic probability and hypothesis. We have some rituals actually follow. We are supposed to do at the beginning, but we do some time readjustment we are doing at the end. So, I'm sure I have something to do.
सुप्रदीदा 1 मिनट के बाद करता हूँ हाँ? चलो या जस्ट हाँ? नहीं वो गए ना फोटो फोटो कर लिया ओके थैंक यू वेरी मच सर चलो फिर मुलाकात तो होगी हमारा तो होगी बट आई थिंक तो
এর সঙ্গে আর হবে না আমার কাল পরশু দুদিনই অনেক কাজ আছে আমি আসতে পারছি না কাল পরশু আমি আসতে পারবো না আমি
আসলে চেষ্টা করি
আগে অসম্ভব হবে প্রচুর কাজ আছে প্রচুর কাজ আছে
एक बैग नहीं होती
टू मेनी थिंग्स आई डू
एक बैग है इधर इधर सरकार से पूरा पैक कर दो इसमें हम थोड़ा सा अच्छा I just started implementing the charger platform. Brought in from Giridih so that we are guaranteed to go on going. थोड़ा सा छोटा सा लगता है जो छोटा आगे आते और है वो बोला कितना लगा ना बना लगा usually we get a very long response in many area of this issue. Here we have to going to very good response.
This will be okay. Thank you. হ্যাঁ আমার তো রাখা হবে ঠিক আছে ওকে সি ইউ দেন ওকে ওকে বাই no tomorrow day after both the days too many works are there so what to do
We need to discuss the project.
Okay, that we discuss.
That we can discuss online
Discuss that we could comprehensive discussion.
Yeah. The panel will come up. Take the look at it.
No, I think first let's few of us discuss. Maybe sometime I think this week is extremely tight.
No issues. Maybe I think next day. By the time we'll be finalized with the draft.
Yeah.
So you need to put the final golden touch.
And then once you finalize the draft, then you circulate that and then let's all go through it and then maybe sometime we'll look at it again.
The only thing you need to be confirmed that according to your idea. It is.
That will see.
Agree.
How to take it.
Because there are too many young kids. So we can touch things. You will be there to correct.
I will inform that what time all of them are to arrive here. If you want, no.
ঠিক আছে চলো যাই যাবে
So we will respond by stage.
না না আমি কি উপরে আইসিডি পার্টির কার্ডে করে থাকি তারপরে ঠিক আছে ওকে আচ্ছা